Okay, we're just about ready to begin. Let's just do a little test. Mr. Millerberg, can you hear us? And we can't hear you. Want to try again? Nope, still can't hear you.
Now, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can. Thank you.
Well, but maybe it'd be better if I could hear you and you couldn't hear me.
No, yeah, we can hear you great.
Okay.
So thank you. And still,
Yeah, there it is. It was a mute.
let's see.
Going back to it. Hold on.
I don't see Mr. Iverson has joined
Can
in.
you now? Can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, that's
Okay.
great. Thank you. Well, Superintendent, are you with us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Okay, I think let's go ahead and begin, and Mr. Iverson hopefully will be joining us shortly. So I'd like to welcome everyone to the meeting of the Canyons Board of Education. Today is November 10th, 2020, and we are meeting at the district offices located at 9361 South, 300 East. Joining us through electronic means is Board Member Mont Millerberg, Board Member Chad Iverson should be joining us soon, and Superintendent Rick Robbins. So we will begin the study session portion of the meeting. And the first item is consideration for adoption of a resolution for the Board of Education of Canyon School District authorizing the issuance and sale of not more than $119,225 principal amount of general obligation and refunding bonds. And I will turn the time over to Leon Wilcox, the business administrator, who will present the information. And I understand that our financial advisors are also joining us electronically. So Mr. Wilcox, will you please introduce them?
Yes, thank you, President Tingy. Just a point of clarification, we will be looking at issuing $119 million instead of $1,000. So a little.
I apologize for understating that.
Yes.
I didn't see those last three zeros.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we'll need a little bit more money than that to do these buildings. And then thank you to Preston Kurt and Matt Dugdale with the financial firm of Stifel. They've been with us for 10 plus years here at the district. Are you guys there? Can you hear us? Can you, and if so, can you just say hello that you can hear us?
We are here, Leon.
There it is.
We're both here.
Welcome,
Thank you.
welcome remotely. We appreciate you joining in and appreciate all you do for us. Oh, sorry. Okay. Always something. Still not seem to be going here. Oh, there we go. Okay, went too far. As President Tingy said in the agenda item, we'll be looking to do two separate transactions here in the next couple months. The first one will be the issuance of $79 million of new bonds. That will be the final issuance from our election that we had in November of 2017. So roughly 3 years ago now, we had our bond election, if you remember. And we've issued all but 79 million of those bonds, and we're looking for your approval to do the last tranche. They're called tranches of those now. And that will be used, those proceeds will be used to continue the construction at Alta, Brighton, Hillcrest, and also start Union Middle. Then a big one that we've been waiting for some time to be eligible to do, and that is to look to start to refund some of our older bonds that have been out there for 10 years. And so we're going to ask you we're going to look to issue $33 million or around that amount. Again, the amount hasn't been exactly figured out, but we're going to refund bonds that were issued 10 years ago in April 2011. Those were the first bonds issued by Canyon School District. That was from our 2010 election. This is a big savings for us because we're looking to save between 7.3 million and around 7.6 million by not doing this refunding. So on board docs, there's a resolution that we're asked for approval at the December 1st meeting. This resolution grants us, you'll be granting us approval to do both transactions. And also on board docs, there's a memo from Preston and Matt going over some of the details of the bond issuance there. Here's just a brief summary of our bonds payable. Again, as of June 2020, we had about 411 million out. We're going to issue 79 million, and then also, between the refunding of the old bonds and the new bonds, and our bonds payment this upcoming year. So at the end of this fiscal year that we're in, we're still looking to have $456 million of bonds out there. That's a substantial amount. But we know that we had lots of construction needs and building needs when we became a district 12 years ago that we needed to repair. And so we have so we got this out there. Of course, we also were responsible for the Jordan debt as well. Here's lots and lots of numbers. We won't go through this, but the light blue is the new issuance, the 79 million. Those amounts may change or will likely change slightly between years, but again, it will total 79 million once we're all done, once we get it finalized. And then the yellow or goldish color there is the refunding bonds. Again, we're looking to save a substantial amount of money by doing that. I like to look at this more in a graphical sense of that's our debt outstanding. We plan to layer on this debt. So just to go over the colors here, the red is the old Jordan debt. So we have 2 years left on that, this year and next year, and then we'll be done, which we're more than excited about. The blue is the debt from the 2010 election, and that includes that refunding piece in there. The green is bonds we've issued from the 2017 election that we've already done, and then the yellow is how we're going to layer on the debt, this new 79 million from this issuance. So again, we're trying to keep that debt payment fairly even going across the top there. It'll be between $42 to $43 million each year. And then we'll eventually pay off all those bonds scheduled in 2038, but then you can see us start laddering down. So that's how we plan to structure out this debt moving forward. Here's the schedule of events. Again, if possible, we'd like for you to approve a resolution at our next board meeting. That's on December 1st. Again, you'll see the resolution should be in its final form, and it is all the forms are dated December 1st. In the meantime, between now and through the month of December, we'll be finalizing our bond offering statements to potential investors. We'll also be meeting with our bond rating agencies. Again, we'll have AAA bond ratings from the two agencies. We hope to maintain that. We plan to do this sale in mid-January. We're looking at right now January 12th, but those dates could change a little bit for the new issuance. And then the refunding bonds we'll look to issue in early March. Because of what we could call bond covenants from those bonds we issued in 2011, we cannot close on those bonds until March 17th of 2021. So we're doing kind of kill the two birds with one stone here, and we're asking for you to approve that, even though on the December 1st meeting, even though we can't actually issue those bonds or close on them until mid-March. But we just wanted to do both at the same time, if that's all right. So that's pretty much all I have for this. Just a couple minor upcoming future financing events. One, we'll need to, as we've said, we'll need to issue some lease revenue bonds this summer for the construction of the new Glacier Hills and Peruvian Park. We're looking at $35 million, but that is subject to some various factors that we've talked about: construction costs, using in our fund ballots, and possibly selling some property. And then we'll also look to refund bonds similar to the ones we're asking you to approve. But our next issuance was in October of 2012. We'll look to refund those in about a year from now. So we're somewhat repeat this process. However, if there's a federal law out there that prohibits us from refunding them earlier than our call date, which is 10 years. If that law happens to change, and it may not, we'll look to refund those earlier as well. So with that, I'll just ask Preston and Matt if there's anything either one of you would like to add. And if not, I'll turn it back to the board to see if there's any questions. Preston, Matt, do you have anything?
Leon, I think you covered the information very well, and we're happy to answer any questions that do come up. But I will say that interest rates are very low, and I think the board is in a great position to issue these.
Yeah,
But other than that, I think you covered it. Thanks, Leon.
Thank you, man. Yeah, rates are at their all-time lows right now due to the federal government trying to pump as much stimulus or cash into the economy as they can. So with that, is there any questions from the board?
Mr. Wrigley.
Yeah, a question on the refinance of that. We have 7.3 to 7.6 mil. Is that after we pay for the cost or refinance? Where's that?
That's before we pay for the cost. So that's just a straight what we owe now versus what we owe later. There'll be some costs in there, but it's still be in that same range. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
I would say if you throw in the cost, it would be 7.1 to 7.4. So it's still a substantial savings. Yeah. Good question.
Other questions, board? Anyone? Okay. I just want to say how much we appreciate the help of our financial advisors and Leon for all of your work on this. It's those numbers get mighty big, but they're doing some really wonderful projects around this
Yes,
community
they are,
that
really.
will serve our students very well.
It's
for a
hard to
very
believe
long
how
time.
far we've come in 10 years and what
Yeah.
we've done with that. So we're excited. So if it's okay, we'll again look to bring this back for your approval next meeting.
Okay, board, are we okay with that? Then bringing it back at the December 1st meeting? Okay. All right. Thank you.
And thank you, Matt and Preston, for joining in.
Yes, thank you for all that you do for us.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, our next item B, is the annual report of the Board of Education Mission Vision Indicators. And I will turn the time over to Dr. Hal Sanderson, Director of Research and Development. I think your microphone needs to be turned on.
How's that? Oh, that's better. Yeah. Good evening, board. I'm pleased to do this annual presentation. There are a few changes that we can kind of go through, but to state the obvious that the COVID impact kind of has cut across a lot of these measures. and hopefully we can identify them as we go along, and then some were canceled in whole. So there's we've pulled that slide, and just we'll have to make adjustments as we go forward. To wrap it up, we have the request from you to look at some other indicators that we have. I have a few that we'll go over tonight, but I also just want to say they're kind of moments of time. There's plenty of different learning and achievement data that we can kind of look at. So I don't want us to kind of lose fact of these are a few important pieces, but there's other ones that we can keep talking about depending on time and energy as we move forward throughout the year, that hopefully we can keep tabs on, because they are going to be important to tell the story of where we are and where we're going in all these adjustments. So I hope that you'll bear with me as we go through this. Here's the vision mission statement and when it was adopted. The value and belief statements, the tenets that you have, and we have indicators in each of these tenets. So the first one, we've actually done this presentation as two parts, with this almost focusing solely as one presentation. But due to COVID-19 and that pandemic, a lot of these indicators were canceled due to our abrupt move to all online and those ramifications in our state and the country. So the kindergarten end of year Acadians, those indicators were canceled. There weren't measures in place for that kind of time, as we were trying to just move to creating stability for everyone involved and trying to adjust to that learning. The RISE testing also at the end of the year was suspended. And then we have our district measures of the reading inventory that we do in upper elementary through early high school. And then we have the math inventory, which is largely has been at the middle schools, that we're expanding to a few grades in high school. Those were all suspended because there were no alternative available options at that time. And we have several of our high school indicators we were able to gather, but I think we need to be cautious as we look at those as well. Is that the next one? Boy, I'm not used to it going so fast. All of a sudden we're at high school. So the ACT was administered. We administered it the first opportunity available. It turned out to be a really good idea. We have historically done that at the end of February, start of March, and we were able to get this administration in quote unquote a normal time. We were able to test about 91% of our students, but there's a makeup date that's several weeks later, and that makeup date got canceled because of COVID-19. So we did send out to our schools and the students really throughout the summer vouchers where they could go back and test. Some of them did go back and test, but the aggregating and pulling the data all together hasn't been as clean and easy because they're going to different grade levels now. And so this is a good representation, but usually we're closer to 93 to 95% of our 11th graders participating. So there's a little bit of a wiggle to it, but it's in the ballpark of what we've seen in the past. And then as you can see, the state data is questioned with a lot of those changes. There were whole districts that were going to test at a later date that were completely canceled. So I forgot to check before the meeting if they'd fully released a state level number, but that would be even more caution to interpret. But you can see the ballpark where they were, and we've been well above the state over this period of time. And then broken out by our college readiness benchmarks. And again, not having the state number and a little bit more question with it, you can see where our pattern is. We did have a nice recovery back with mathematics, where we did have that 1 year decline that was scratching our heads about. You can see the other numbers compared to the state where we're maintaining that difference. And again, not quite the participation that we're used to. Now, the high school graduation rate, we go through a process of certifying that with the state. It's part of state accountability where we submit our data and the state looks at it, and there's an ID battle for some students who move across the state. There's a reconciling of state ID numbers. And so there's this reconciliation does affect student numbers, usually not the size of our district, but some high school numbers will change as we look at that reconciliation. But we're solidly at 90% right now. In this reconciliation, it may go higher, but I didn't want to have to come back later and tell you that it didn't quite work out to that higher number. But I put 90%. I'm quite confident with that being there, with an outside chance of it going higher. But obviously, everything that went on last spring as we were looking at students graduating, credit recoveries, changing in terms of the process and the criteria for grading and what was done for that spring. All of that is folded into it. But there's been a lot of efforts across our schools. We would have to obviously give them great praise and appreciation. There was a lot of recovery in this fall and in this summer trying to get those students across the line with their credits so they could graduate with their class. We do have that summertime for us to finish up those credits. So as we come into the fall, they're able to have that diploma and be done. And so a lot of efforts across with our counselors and others involved in those high schools and the students themselves persevering. It was definitely a goal of some persistence and dedication to get where we're at. So I'm pleased. Obviously, you have your own reactions, but we know the stories behind this. There were a lot of efforts.
Okay,
And we did reach the board goal too.
Yeah, I know, that's exciting. I think let's just take a minute and celebrate that.
Absolutely.
We've come a long ways in the last 5 or 6 years, and it is not because of, or it is because there was so much effort made and focus on this goal. And so I think, let's celebrate that. And then also, maybe now's a good time to pause if the board has any questions or comments about the information that you've shared with us up to this point. Let's see, Mrs. Schill, and then.
Well, I just want to also say, I think it's incredible. I thought for sure that number would go down. So I just want to say thank you. I mean, please pass on our thanks to everyone who made that happen, because I'm amazed by that.
Yeah, we're all really pleased because every one of those numbers we're dealing with the lives of 40, 50. To change that 1% is, it's not just one young man or woman. It's 50 to 60 to move that along. And so it is impressive. Persistence is the word in all of this, right?
Okay. Mrs. Oakes and then Mr. Wrigley.
Yeah, my first thought when I see those numbers is that, wow, we had a lot of really dedicated high school principals and their staff. And I'm thinking that was on top of them trying to figure out a very atypical graduation in a kind of a hot environment. And man, doesn't graduation seem like a walk in the park right now compared to what we've been dealing with since September. But I just want to congratulate and thank those principals so much, and those high school counselors, everyone that really helped those kids plug along in an environment that was so challenging.
Mr. Wrigley?
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, I was amazed to see it because I thought last year, after all the craziness we went through, we would have kids not graduating. So our staff did a fantastic job in getting the kids through. Do we have any idea this year how many seniors came back and we sort of lost? It's hard to tell because we could have lost them to other places, but
do you mean
just in general
from our 11th graders coming back to the? I haven't looked at it. I know that with some of the enrollment, we talked about enrollment being slightly down in across several grade areas, but I'd have to check on that.
Yeah, we don't know if we're losing our seniors for this year, if there's some kids that just sort of dropped out.
Yeah, and I don't know that, but I could look into that.
Yeah, do we check on the kids that didn't show up this year just to follow up to see if they're
There's
still in the, I mean, could I get them moved and whatever, but
back to that Herculean effort. Absolutely. They've been a lot of additional conversations for the very things that you've talked about, of reaching out to a variety of families and maybe more at-risk families to make sure that they stay re-engaged and on the path to getting into high school. And as you were giving options for those learning approaches that could be done in terms of what options were provided, there were a lot of phone calls and follow-up to try to make sure that we didn't have anyone fall into the cracks who didn't know that. And I know that through our student advocacy department that there were specialists who'd gone and knocked on doors as well to try to help families re-engage into the school system and their student learning. And so there's some Herculean efforts that have been going on that. I'm very comfortable and confident that we were knocking on doors literally and making calls
that's fantastic.
across K-12.
Yeah. Another question on our ACTs, our math and English scores, reading and science. Have we set any goals for that? I know we've been watching it every year, but do we have any goals as to, and it's gone up and down and back and forth, but has there been any goals established?
With the previous goal that you had, the board, as a board, you set it at the kind of composite score. And so that question would be that subcommittee to come back. It would be a time in light of other things going on, but it would be a time to re-examine that, sure.
Yeah, I've noticed it in math, for example, in 2018, we had 43 and then we went to 35 and now we're up to 38. I just didn't know if we set, everything else is fairly close. It was a bad year in 2019, it looks like.
Yeah.
On everything. So, thank you.
Sure.
And I have just a quick question on that page where, and yes, we did not set a goal for these benchmarks, but we wanted to take a look at them. And so if you just measure from the 2016 to the 2020, there seems to be a 2 to 3% either increase or drop in the various subjects. How significant is 2 or 3% when we're talking this type of a test and this number of cohorts that are taking that number of students?
Well, and when you're dealing with those kind of numbers of student population, when we're dealing with about 2,500 students that we test, it would be quote unquote statistically significant. We're dealing with maybe more terms of an effect size or meaningfully different. If a student misses the science benchmark by 1 scale score point, usually for that student, in terms of entrance or other types of things, they're going to be fine with it. These benchmarks are trying to predict college readiness, and it looks at likelihood of being able to have a C or grade higher in college. And so if you're just under the benchmark, as you look at the composite of other content areas, usually the student has a pretty good portfolio of scores across the board. And so I would put these as challenging benchmarks. They're very high standards. And so their differences are definitely one to take note of. But in terms of a student either being admitted or other types of things, 1 point usually doesn't move it off on one of those benchmarks, because the universities are usually looking more at a composite score. And that may have been, I'm trying to remember the history of why we possibly set it at that composite score for the first round of board goals.
Okay, yeah, it's my recollection that we wanted to take a look at those because they were nationally normed benchmarks for college that were considered college readiness benchmarks. So, but board, that might be something that we'll want to take a look at further defining, instead of just maybe this benchmark, like you mentioned, being a raw number that we maybe have a little something that shows a more shows the readiness in more context or something.
Yeah. Sure. I think that'd be a good discussion.
Okay, anyone else have anything on this section? Okay, let's move on to the next section.
Okay, so we'll get into our traditionally our part 2 indicators as we look at those other as your board tenants. And the first one we'll look at community engagement. And this first one, our volunteer. This is number of volunteers, individuals approved who have gone in and volunteered their time. And again, with our abrupt change on the 16th of March, we don't have a full year of data. And so that's noting there. But I always still think of when you're getting thousands and thousands of volunteers, there's a level that I just kind of step back, find it being very impressive and proud to kind of see those numbers. Clearly we want volunteers, but we need it in a safe environment for all involved. That one is one that we monitor over time. And you can see there's been a steady increase. And I would say for you, until we truly get, I'll probably be a broken record. And if you keep letting me come back and talk about our data, we need quote unquote a clean year where we start the school year in a non-COVID environment where these indicators are going to be able to have back their full strength. Until we get there, we're going to have these more tricky conversations around it. So just kind of be prepared. This current year has obviously been affected tremendously as well. But we'll just point to another year, but we really need a full clean year where we can kind of go back and say, how did that compare to the please happy normal year of 2018-19, because that will be that last look. To complement, this is looking at the hours themselves. And again, you can see those hours being impacted. And these were goals that were monitored, but not a benchmark set at this time. When we move over to our school community councils, we're talking about those different members being trained and going through the training process. We reached this goal where we just missed it. We as a Canyons community, where we were able to have all the principals attend that training. So we reached that for last year. My understanding is this year that it's moved to an online environment, but we'll still be able to follow that data. And hopefully we can maintain this, the 100%. Over here now we look at the chairs going through the training, and you can see that that's moved up over time, and it just kind of slightly went down this year, but we were kind of in the upper 70s and making progress on that. And then we have the members themselves going through that training. And there was a real nice jump up. It was short of the goal of having it at 70%. But in terms of turning around from the year before, it certainly was headed in the right direction. But that one just missed. Do you want questions, or you want me to go through a few of these, President?
I think go ahead and finish this section.
Okay,
Yeah.
Great. Move over to customer service. And we look at combination of our traffic on our website, as well as some customer satisfaction, employee satisfaction surveys. You can see this first one, page views. We don't have a goal set for that, but you can see that pages viewed per million. So that has gone up. Jeff is there diligently and talks about how we can do a lot of things, but there's also events that occur that also can just drive traffic. And I don't know clearly COVID and what we have going on with it. We always try to use that website and other social media as a key communication tool. So I'm sure that's part of the mix, but that only reinforces, I think, the importance of those platforms for communication, and that our patrons rely on it. So it certainly has gone up through this challenging year. the average minutes on page seems to be kind of holding steady, and that's average minutes, so that's just over 3 minutes per page. And then we jump over to our parent satisfaction surveys. This one is done in November. So this was November 2020. No. Yes. Right. That year seems to be off. It was November that was done. I need to go back and check maybe it was done in the spring, but it was done before the pandemic is what I know, as I've double checked with colleagues about the timing of these things. I know the timing is really important, and you can see that we're slowly going up. And this is across levels. So this is bringing together elementary, middle school, and high school. But our patrons are 9 out of 10 saying that they're pleased with the learning. And then the parallel question is looking at more social emotional well-being. And you can see that that one has kind of had a nice increase. It's clearly been an important goal, conversation and resources that we've had as an initiative talking about social emotional support of students. So it's nice to see that coincide with those efforts. And then our senior survey was always done in about an April timeline. And we were not in a good place in April, trying to make a lot of adaptions. So that one was suspended. And then our teacher satisfaction, we were also able to get in. And you can see that the participation rate, we were at that. And you can see the trend of that. It's a pretty clear trend, which is nice. But you have a lot of initiatives that have positively affected teachers as well.
Do you know when that was? Sorry to interrupt, but
I know, and I'm kind of
the teacher survey.
I'm trying to remember when that one was. I'll hold that one up. I'm going to have to check on that one. The other one's thrown me off now, and I think I'm crossing the two as to when they were done. So I want to actually make sure that I give you the exact information on it. We can move over to your board goal and talking about innovation. And the first one out of the gate is we had 2 separate goals. And one was looking at the training of our teachers having their certification in terms of levels looking at using technology in instructional practices. Well, we know where COVID was and what happened. And we also had a good benchmark looking at the percent of teachers participating in professional development. Well, as of what we had last spring, we've kind of done a universal training on these very goals, looking at integrating technology into all these good high yielding practices, talking about changing teaching to have a electronic presence for students, and using the Canvas as that standard, talking about all of the things that you've been hearing from my colleague, Dr. Amber Roderick Landward, as we talk about those standards and online experiences. But really, through July and August, there was a tremendous amount of training that we did. So I kind of said that it all came together at being 100% with what we've done because of those initiatives to get ready for our new school year and what we were facing to open schools. So I would say this needs to be part of that re-examining as we look at maybe goals going forward. But I hope you don't mind me bringing together. I was like, how do I talk about it? When I realized they came together just responding to what we had, it became a lot easier for me to talk about it. And then a lot of really good things go on. We have consistently every few years, there's something that's either added or developed or grown from your list of these board adopted programs. And I have two that are really, whether we're at the start of it, the beginning of it, the formulation of it, but as we talk about Canyons Online with what we've already had in our presence of Canyons Virtual High School and expanding that, and then looking at this digital divide and making sure that families have devices, making sure that families have a hotspot and wireless access to be able to engage in learning. All of those, again, you're front and center of working with my colleagues and trying for us to kind of reimagine that. So that's a journey that we're early in. I even have that in lines of quotes because we're still working on full branding of some of those ideas. So those have been brought in to reflect where you want to go, I hope, in clear ways. And then our fiscal accountability, talking about different bonds and then different awards of recognition of meeting different national standards. We maintain our hot streak, our bond rating, and then the different awards, national awards from those two organizations.
Okay, let's just take a minute and see if board has any questions or comments on this section. Mrs. Oaks.
Thank you so much for collecting all that information, Hal. It's really valuable for us to see it. One of the things I was thinking that with regard to community engagement, perhaps we could use as a measuring stick is how much our community has been engaging or getting on to our YouTube live feed with our all of our board meetings.
Interesting.
I've gotten a lot of feedback from the community about how helpful that has been for them and how it's the first time that they've ever listened to board meetings. Of course, this year they have more reason than most.
Yeah.
But I think that that's been really helpful. So I think it would be interesting for us to take a look at how many views we're getting. I'd also love to see how much traffic we're getting with the new podcast and some of the other things that we've been doing on Facebook. I know there's been such a massive push from the communications department, and kudos to you guys with everything that's been going on to try and communicate effectively with the community. But I think there's some valuable data that could be gleaned from that.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, and again, I'm kind of these are your goals, but I'm glad to have that down. It does make a lot of sense with how things have moved, right?
So my question is that data already incorporated in here or it's not? Like the views on YouTube or the podcast? No, that would be would have to like add a separate maybe indicator.
Yeah, because they're not going to the web page proper. They're going to YouTube and a channel on that. Now, whether they go to our website and then go to the link, but that would be, I guess, just nodding as a standalone place for collecting that information and traffic.
Other questions or comments, Mr. Wrigley?
I had a question on I just was going back to our web page and stuff. At one time, we were able to have our goals and objectives, our mission statements, and the board goals, and then possibly put this report on there so the public
do have that.
This is where we're at. This is where we're going. But I can't find that on there. Am I losing it someplace? I don't know. I wonder if not, it would be.
I think it is on the board.
Yeah, when you pull it up, it's actually, I'll be glad to pull it up with you, but it's pretty prominent where we've tried to have these charts included. That was feedback from last year, or I'm trying to remember the last meeting where I worked with our communications department to embed those charts.
Yeah.
So I'll go back and look at that. We're probably missing each other on that.
Under the old website, under Board of Education, I think right now as board members, board meetings, and board meeting summaries. It'd be nice if we had something on our vision, mission, goals, people could see it. I think the last time it got really sort of lost, people couldn't see it. And if we have that, then to have this report, which you do every year, to sort of say, this is what we have, this is the accountability, just some place that people could see it, that we do have these and we're holding everybody accountable. And I really appreciate all you do on this because, not all the districts do this as far as
Oh, for sure.
having the administration report back, but I
I'll
don't
follow
see
up
it on
and
a
show
website
where
a
it's
lot.
at. And if we need to rearrange things, we're absolutely working with communications. We can do that.
Right. I think with the recent redesign of the website between last year's report and this year, there might have been,
We
That might
lost-
be.
it might have been misplaced or placed somewhere different.
Okay.
Well, it's still on there, but you got to scroll down a ways. So maybe we're saying we want it more prominent or
We're
a tab
our
or
vision
something.
of success.
Okay, good.
Yeah, it's, I don't know. There's that one section of vision of success, but
I will follow up and
I
get
don't know.
that to be easier to see. That certainly is a priority.
Okay.
Glad to have that
it's not,
feedback.
there it goes. It's just not coming out.
We want your charts to be front and center.
Ah.
Wow.
These are your parts. I'm just kind of the facilitator of this.
Okay. Any other comments or thoughts on this section? Okay, let's move on to the next one.
So I want to talk a little bit about this, and that is, I probably wore their researcher hat to say, well, if we want to see kind of where we're at, a lot of people are asking, different people in the state, out of the state, saying kind of what's the impact of what happened from last spring and where are we starting in the fall. So, as we were talking, I clearly wanted to go into it. There's a lot of different approaches to it. And one is I said, well, I can look at fall, but then as I look at fall, the question is, well, how does it compare to other falls? And so how I started to put that together was the strongest way is to follow individuals over those points of times to say, what was their gain scores like, or growth scores, or other metrics. And so I kind of started down that road with our measures that we can control. The reading inventory and the math inventory are part of our benchmark data that we do. Other data that we collect that we'll also talk about that I wanted to bring in was some more elementary piece of that kind of conversation, where this is focused more so at the middle school because that's where they've ended up as we follow these individuals over time. But we wanted to start the conversation also with our elementary because we knew there was an impact, but I want to put it in this context. And I'll say it a few times, and I guess I just won't apologize. Everybody's really putting in extra work and extra effort. So as this is being described, I don't want it to take away from anything to say that people aren't doing incredible jobs or doing incredible work. And I see you nodding, and I appreciate that because I think it's important. But when we talk about fall data, our fall data is really the jump off point for what teachers do, because they're saying this is where we customize to meet student needs. And if they have their rate of learning is a little different, or there's a few other gaps, that's where we make those adjustments and meet their needs. Because I'll have it in a slide. Our standing of where we've been above the state and higher than many neighboring districts, you've seen this for years, all of you, that doesn't just quickly go away. So even previewing where math seems to have a little bit harder hit moving to online, a lot of that's the medium and those skills trying to do that. That doesn't mean that we're not still above state averages as well. So I just want to put that in a balance portfolio of looking at the information. As we look at this fall, I hope that you can call me back or members of instructional support, my partners, to really say, how does this mid-year benchmark? We're all very eager to see in January, we come back to measure students and say, well, now that we started with the fall and make those adjustments, how are we looking mid-year and how are we looking at the end of the year? Because I think that's going to be really powerful about what we do. And one thing I can tell you is that these measures were able to be administered online and remote. So that's nice too. We have a plan. As things adjust, we can still gather this data. With our digital one-to-one initiative and these other things that you're doing, we have students that are still engaging and learning, and that we will also be able to follow these data points. So I'm excited that last spring, where everything just went away, we now have some systems where we're going to be able to maintain some data points that are important for all of us. So thank you for letting me get that out. So I think I've covered a lot of this, but people were really saying that they termed the idea of the COVID slide, saying what happened from all these adjustments across the nation. And so I have a few different places, and the Brookings Institute was one that was throwing out ideas of saying what their estimates were based on research and concerns. And so I wanted to pursue what does that look like for Canyon School District. And the measures that I selected, again, it's ending at the middle school, but it started in some of the grade 4 and 5, following those students for 3 falls, is the reading and the math inventory. And new this year, we were able to do remote testing options. So there were, our families who elected to do online learning, kind of goes against what their position is to have them come in to take the test at a school. So the vendor was really nice to adapt for this online testing, and we were quite successful in doing that. So that's good going forward for us, keeping this monitoring and support up. So I've talked about it, but we followed several groups of students, and it really came from, let's see before COVID and what happened post-COVID or in the middle of COVID, whatever we want to call this fall right now that we're in, or going into winter. So for reading inventory, we tested enough grades that we followed essentially 3 large groups. In the math inventory, only being in our middle school grades, all students taking that test, we were able to follow one group of students. So that one was about 1,800 students that we followed one group. They are finishing up as being our current 8th graders, and they started 2 years back as fall of 6th grade, fall of 18 in 6th grade. This is the, of that group of students that we followed, this is where they chose to go in the fall of 2020. And so we had online learning, parent guided, or return to in-person learning. And I broke that out. And again, these numbers are pretty typical for district-wide, even though we're focusing on 3 grade levels and following those students. But what you can see is based on this group, that those who have more at-risk factors were slightly higher in selecting to wanting to do and continue online learning in the fall. We didn't give any guidelines. We just said, families, what do you want? What do you want to do? What do you prefer? But this is important to see how it came out. And again, as we talk about going forward, it's interesting to see what those learning experiences are moving ahead. So there's different indicators that we can look at. When you look at over time, the cleanest to do is to follow the gain score. The measures are set up over time, so you literally can follow those scores over time. There's no real transformation or anything that you need to do with the data. It's been scaled in a way to follow that way. The reading and math inventory also have some growth benchmarks. If a student's well behind, they have a higher growth score that they need to reach, versus a student who's maybe advanced in reading or math. They need to just kind of maintain and only go up 10 points or something like that, whereas a student who's well behind has a greater gain score that they need to get to reach that growth benchmark. And then what you're used to is just the students proficient who are at benchmark for the grade. And several of those charts are just expressed as the percent of students who are at proficiency. But when you're looking at that one number, it's kind of narrowed into looking at those students who are just below or just above that benchmark. We want progress for all students. But when you look at percent student proficient, it's that group that's just kind of on the edge that are going to be more likely to move over to being at the benchmark, and you want those to maintain. Whereas when we look at growth scores, every student can reach their growth benchmark. So it's a lot of numbers, and I'll try to to keep it simple, but I wanted to look at each of those maybe a little too thorough, so I apologize. And for the sake of time, I did put it into one chart. I have some conclusions that will kind of help, but I wanted to show that out. So in the upper left, we're looking at the percent of students who reach their growth scores. And in that reading measure, there was just a slight decline, but it was pretty close to them still reaching their benchmark, even during that COVID year starting this fall. When you look at the benchmark, looking at those at the edge, we actually had gains across all years. So that's was nice. I was a little surprised, I have to say, but that when we're dealing with almost trying to thousands of students, about 6,000 students. This isn't just 50 kids we're following. It's a big group. And then in the bottom one, kind of where I originally started, was looking at the gain. And what I wanted to show you is that the students made gains both years. From 18 to 19 was kind of the baseline year, and all students made 105 Lexile score. Well, we went from fall pre-COVID, and then all of a sudden we went through rapidly moving to online with a pandemic and all of that it involves, and we're still there in a different way of adaptation and doing this kind of fall measure. And I didn't know if it was just going to be a negative number, quite frankly. I just didn't know. It's hard to get a real sense of it. That's part of, hopefully, data is able to inform this understanding. And we still had gains, but they weren't quite at the level of the pre-COVID year. But again, when we're talking fall, so it's informative to know that, well, they learned, but it wasn't the exact same rate. And we had a fair amount of the school year too, where they were doing in-person learning. So that's part of that juggle to put together. But when the teachers are there this fall, they're looking at where their students are and making those adjustments to meet the needs. And they're aiming towards those standards for the end of the year and being able to do all those fabulous things they do. So it's both an ending and a beginning. Is the way I look at this data. But there's still learning that was going on. And even at the benchmark, there were some gains. But what you can see as well is that different groups of students who have risk, we have a lot of work there. It's very clear. You look at the percent of students who are low income, that's a substantial group in our district. And you can see where they're at. And our minority students, our English learners, and our students with disabilities, they have gains, but when they're trying to get up to level with everybody else, those rate gains need to be much higher. If they're going to close the achievement gap, we need to have higher learning rates for those groups. When we move over to mathematics, in some ways, it's the same and it's different. Again, we have those different thresholds. When you look at the gain scores, our students still did gain, but not at the rate. And it was a lower rate than reading. And so the percent change was, it wasn't at the same rate level. It was even smaller. When you look at the percent of students proficient, we had a lot that slid into just below being at the benchmark. And you can see that even at those rates, again, that they're just lower rates. And you can see that across the board for the different student groups. Technically, when I run the numbers and they're in the report, the achievement gap decreased, but nobody's going to really call it that way because everybody decreased. And when we have groups that we're concerned about have essentially less to drop because they're not where we want them to be, that's by no means is that anything that anyone would call a good thing about an achievement gap. It's kind of the clear example of the last thing you want, a way of closing the achievement gap. We want all groups learning, and we want those who are behind to have higher rates of growth. But the data is where it is. Our teachers had suspicions about this going in. Everybody was buzzing about the extra challenges of mathematics and maybe what that would involve. And I don't have a lot of other curricular areas here. We don't have this kind of benchmark data with this kind of precision to talk about other curriculum areas. So the story is evolving and adaptations that our teachers have made, and that we know that teachers dealt with this head on, and they're dealing with it right now in terms of changing their tools and making the adjustments from last spring where they rushed into it and not a lot of time, where they have a lot more training and support and knowing what's our better ways of doing some things online. So again, the biggest power is going to be following this over time, which you have as your board indicator. You have reading and math inventory, learning rates over the year, and this clearly speaks into it. The fall is going to be lower as we bring those data points in, but we need to watch that mid-year benchmark in the spring because they have lost some grounds in terms of the rate of where they're at. So we're hoping that those rates of learning are even increased. But again, we're still in an environment where people are having to work longer hours. They have worries in terms of how they're feeling and how family members are. And so we're not back to a place where we have more relief and back to quote unquote normal. So it's going to continue to be a complicated story. But within the presentation of this data, I didn't want it to be lost at all, but the hard work of what everybody's doing. We know that there were going to be challenges, and a lot of this is going forward, meeting their needs. So I've added this slide, and I hope you don't mind, recently. And I think I have probably said most of this, so I won't go into it more. I think I've done a good job of, as I was pondering it, I just felt like this needed to be said as part of the document, in case somebody just pulled it up and didn't see that, knowing the Herculean effort that's going on by everybody involved, by you, by our variety of staff members to keep schools moving and to keep them functioning well and safe and fun learning environments. So we have this as a beginning point still in the pandemic, but learning is going on and we are making the adjustments. And I think it's important to have more time with these types of data as we keep going through the year. Is there questions about the middle school data?
Questions? Mr. Wrigley.
I sure appreciate you pulling all this data on. It's really difficult during this time to really figure the impact of what we have. A couple questions. I'm glad you divided out the in-person and the online. I'm really concerned on what that difference may be. My personal thought is the online may not be getting, maybe not as progressing as fast as in person. Is that what we're?
Well,
who knows?
We're doing our benchmarks in January, and that's going to be a good place to start to look at that in more formal ways. There's other data points that we've kind of talked about that I think we need to bring them together. And I think a February time, mid to end February would be great to really go into those questions. We also have some families that are moving back and forth, so we'll have to be careful about those buckets of students who stayed all in person and those who stayed all online, and really be careful, but hopefully a good discussion about describing these things and where we're at.
I know we put a lot of work into our online program, so it'll be interesting to see over the year how that progresses. I think some of it may be just our kids aren't getting online, and that could be affecting. These are statistics. About what grade point average? I mean, how far behind in grade a half a year, a quarter a year, that our kids start out in most cases between the online and offline on in school?
In terms of average GPA for the middle school?
Pardon me?
For the middle school?
Yeah, I'm just wondering because we have percentages that are down 25% or they're down 30%.
The
Are they
grade stuff,
behind like about a half a year we got to make up now because of COVID, or a quarter of a year, or
But
a
it-
year of
We don't
education
measure it
because of
in terms
COVID?
of,
Thank you. That's the
that,
word I
because
was
we really
looking
look
for.
at their mastery towards skills and standards. And
End of year.
remember what Hal's talking about are the screening measures that we assess all students with. One of the things that we do know in terms of the difference between online and our in-person students, we on average tested our online students significantly later than we did our in-person students, just because of the scheduling and the testing teams and procedures that we used at the district level, coordinating that between us and then what was happening at the school. So our students who are online and in person, actually, there's not much difference in their fall screening data. So that's why, as Hal mentioned,
Yeah.
we'll want to really look at that middle of the year benchmark to see their progress throughout the year. And in a lot of cases and a lot of grades, our online students fared slightly better than our in-person students. And again, this is beginning of year, but there were several weeks of instruction apart in that assessment, which could account for a fair amount of that growth.
That's good.
Or difference, I should say, not growth.
Yeah.
The other thing that I'd add is that when I wear my researcher hat, I go, well, everyone was randomized to the condition, and now we can really be precise about looking at it. This was parents, here are your options of what will meet your needs. Which one do you want to choose? And so we know that there were different factors for different families that may have chosen in-person versus online. And that will be important to get a good handle of as well, but that's going to be an important piece as we look at any of this data together. What I guess what I'm saying is our understanding of what's going on and having reasonable conclusions and understanding are going to be more complicated and not easier as we bring this together. There's so many levels to it. And so I do that as a caution, because we want to make sure that we're doing our best to meet needs and to making adjustments that we need to. But the statistical complexities of what we've kind of put for people and then responding to it, it's just, I don't know. We'll have to look into that fall, but at the mid-year, but we just want to be sensitive for those correct interpretations. Because there's 1,000 stories that everyone's having right now.
I'm asking you to go to crystal ball. I know my concern is I'm just trying to figure out how far our kids are behind the effect on our educational system from COVID. And especially when you get into elementary and you're getting to third and second and third grade, second, third, and fourth grade, where it's really critical. If they're a half a year behind, that may affect their entire high school and college careers.
Okay.
So
Sure.
we have a lot to make up.
And I
if that's the case.
have some around elementary that I want to present after the middle school questions to start that conversation as well.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mrs. Oaks.
Thank you again, Hal. So one of my questions with regard to the disparity between the amount of growth with the English language learning versus with the math, I don't know how much has been discussed with ISD, but I'm curious as to how much of a correlation could be as a result of the fairly newly implemented math curriculum for those kids. And I know a lot of it's supposed to be very hands-on and very interactive, and whether or not those teachers had the time or ability in such short notice to be able to figure out how to translate over. I don't know if those discussions are already taking place, and how to help the online students that are receiving that kind of instruction.
The how to help and in trying to meet their needs, there's a lot of conversations on that one. In terms of the styles of the curriculum and those other things, again, it's a good question. It's really complex. A lot of that energy has really been focused on trying to get them up and going, get those teachers comfortable with those standards, getting them comfortable in a new environment and adaptions. So, I mean, it's definitely out there as one of those questions. And I feel like that we're also just trying to stabilize that experience and having some consistency there that families need. And again, you guys have been front and center with those conversations. Amber and her department have been going nonstop to be able to do that. It's really incredible. And the question that you asked about the online, it's an old analogy, but it really is the plane's going and people are building it and we're trying to get it off the runway. It's off the runway, but we are, it's incredible what we're doing. And we know that it's going to look different in a few years down the line as well. I'd say we're kind of early in the story in a lot of regards.
Yeah, I just wondered with the eighth grade cohort in particular, if we have kind of this other extraneous factor that's kind of playing into some of those scores with the math and how that compares to some of the other cohorts, between K and 12.
Yeah.
If there would be much of it, if maybe the math wouldn't be so hard hit in part because there hadn't been a brand new curriculum more or less introduced not long before. The other question I have is, do we know if other districts are collecting the same kind of data?
I'm glad you asked that question. So I did share some of these early findings with a district I won't mention, and they also do the reading inventory. And their rate question we looked at, where I said our students were learning, but not quite the uninterrupted year and the quick move online. And they were in a fairly reasonable ballpark of what we were seeing. So the students were, and it's one district. It's not a small district though. And it was just interesting as I was asking those same questions. It's always kind of, where do I compare this to? What's a barometer that we could have in terms of these benchmarks? We know that our standard is to have those core standards and the deep understanding of our students. But I wanted to kind of say, how do I put a barometer on it? But it was in the ballpark. The math inventory, I don't think another district is administering that kind of benchmark data. Some use some state tools that are available. We like this one for a couple different reasons. But good question.
Do we know whether or not there's national data available or that's being collected anywhere? I mean, to me, one of the greatest tragedies of COVID would be if we emerge out of this situation without having learned anything. I mean, I really am curious about what happens when kids go online the way that we're talking about and looking at, and the big picture, and whether or not certain models have functioned better than others. I would be really interested in seeing that.
It is going to be, a lot of people used those end of year state by state benchmarks, those state standards. They're in a ballpark, but the tests themselves are noticeably different, the way that they do it. And so people would always kind of struggle with that, right? The cadence data that I'll be presenting, we know that those benchmarks of saying, here's where students need to be, those are established and normed across the country in terms of those learning benchmarks that we have. These for the reading and math, talking about percent benchmarks, but they're not as definitive to say X percent over time is going to be at the benchmarks. They kind of say, here's where you'd like to be, but they don't have that national data collection always there. The ACT is a complicated story with some of the data that we're doing. High school, we have all sorts of high school experiences more nationally. I'm going to be pretty cautious when we look at the ACT data, and then we have colleges moving away from that requirement is a different kind of complication. There's going to be students who are going to have the same motivation, the same approach, but there's a proportion of students that are going to say, hey, that's kind of early. If I just need to focus on my grades, I get good grades and I'm going to be okay. A lot of our data measures are really being affected as well. So I think it's going to be, I know what we can do in our district. I know that other neighboring districts do different data points. That's why we're looking at rates, because they say, hey, my learning loss was this percent. And they go, our learning loss was this percent. So it has a similar metric, but if the measure is easier or more challenging, they're not direct comparisons. So it's going to be complicated.
Yeah, that makes sense. And just to clarify, so when you mentioned the ACT and the fact that some of the universities are not requiring it, is it just a temporary thing because of COVID? How much are you seeing of that? I mean,
all I know is what others have seen in the paper, and they just said that they've suspended it for this year. And I only remember, I think it was in California, and one of the Pac-12 schools said, we'll monitor this if we need to return to it or not. And I don't know what that buzz may be. But if universities can do well without having to need it, I just think it's going to be an interesting thing to watch. I wouldn't predict, but it may really return back to the importance of grades. And you remember last year I presented that research that looked at comparison of ACT versus high school grades and GPAs and other things. And so I think there's going to be ongoing conversations around some of that as we talk about getting ready for post-high school experiences and training.
Mr. Millerberg has a comment.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. You know, I'm looking at the third bullet point on the slide you have up on the screen, and it talks about Canyons maintained 86% of the reading learning gains. Commendable. I think in COVID-19, 86% is pretty good. And then I get scared as I continue to read and maintain 62% of the math learning gains to pre-COVID-19. And you know, I hear you talking about other districts are in the similar boat as what we are in, and it's going to be kind of a blip down there. But I stop and think about it. If I'm taking Algebra 1 and I move to Algebra 2, or if I'm in Algebra 2 and then I wind up in geometry or calculus, if I have not mastered those algebra skills and I move into integral calculus, I am going to be so lost that I won't know what to do. If I'm in Algebra 1 and I haven't mastered the concepts of Algebra 1, and next year I got, this year I got a pie in the sky grade, a make-believe grade that we didn't want to have anybody feel bad, so we gave everybody good grades. But I don't master the concept and I don't know what I'm doing. When I hit Algebra 2, I am going to be so lost, and my failure rate is going to go way up because of that. What are we doing as far as remediation is concerned to make sure that with that 62% of the math learning gain, our kids are prepared to move to the next level of math?
I will start, but I'll also have Amber come up. It's a good question. It's totally fair. A lot of it was, we knew last spring there was a lot of work saying when people come back to schools in the fall, we're not just going back to the exact same way with the exact same assumptions of where students are at. So I know that the instructional supports department did a lot of work of looking at maps and saying, where are the skills that we're going to assume and how are we going to fill in some of those gaps? So
yeah, and part of the problem I see in that is each math class has a specific group of skills that I need to master. And if I have to teach those in a subsequent year, I'm then not teaching the skills that that class requires. And I also believe that our classes are full enough that they've put enough information in that it is a full year's worth of learning that needs to take place. And so I just feel like I'm, a dog chasing its tail, and I don't know that we're ever going to get caught up. Go for it, Amber.
Well, I will try to paint a little bit more optimistic picture, Mont. Always love that perspective, and I appreciate the concern, and Hal started to mention some of the things that we've done. So a couple of things to keep in mind with this data and with math courses in particular. As Hal mentioned, this is a screening measure, and it's early indicator of what's happening for grade level content. So when you look at the MI data, the math inventory data, we have historically had a low percent of students score proficient because the test assesses everything from that grade level at that particular benchmark period. So if you're just going into 8th grade, you haven't been taught any 8th grade material yet. So then historically that number is going to be low. And that's why it's a true growth measure, because then they test the exact same thing again in the winter and then the exact same thing again in the spring, which is why we have that growth trajectory, and our RISE scores look much better than our fall benchmark data. So when you look at last year's fall data compared to this year's fall data for all students, we're still only seeing about a difference of 5% of our students being less proficient than in previous years. Is that about right? Look at the whole. So the way we're looking at math also that's important to keep in mind for Mont and others is the coursework is very different than when we attended middle school and high school. We're no longer taking pre-algebra, then algebra, then geometry, and so on. All of the key math domains are integrated across the student's experience in secondary. And so it's a much better progression of skills that is less cut and dried from year to year. So for our students who were sixth graders last year and unfortunately had that 3-month loss of traditional instruction because of the COVID closure, when they returned this year into 7th grade, those standards maintain and build across those cutting domains. And our teachers, with their help over the summer, and the ISD team, we looked specifically at those standards that would have potentially not been taught to the same level that they would have been had the students been in person. And we integrated them specifically into that sequence of instruction. So when the teachers are, say, getting into the specifics of algebraic thinking that's required for 7th grade, they do what is supported by research and continues to be confirmed by the math community, particularly in this COVID age. And that is doing review in what's called just in time. So rather than what maybe some of us experienced or even how some of us taught initially, where we review everything at the beginning to catch kids up before we start teaching those new skills and standards, or we see what the assessment was and then we continue to reteach before we move on to the next unit of instruction. We're focusing on that just in time, which means they're looking at the standards for, say, the given week or the given unit. They're then pulling in the standards that supported those from the previous year and those skills to make sure that they're doing that all cohesively in one section of instruction. Does that make sense? So I think our students have the benefit of being taught in a time where the standards are a little bit more aligned and organized in a way that makes sense for their learning and development. So that's a bonus, because I know I probably would have been in big trouble in this COVID situation years ago with how I was learning. So I think those pieces definitely help set our students up for success, as well as our teachers, and allow us to really pinpoint some of those specific skills within the moment to be able to support our teachers. So that is a big piece of what they're doing day to day. And then all of our schools and math teachers have accessed the learning software opportunities from the STEM Action Center to incorporate as intervention and extra practice with their students, and they're assigning that based on what they're seeing with the students now having a couple of months of instruction. So I think those pieces are going to help. Maybe I'm too optimistic, but I'm not panicking yet with this data. I think our teachers and our teams have put really good things in place to account for what we knew our students would likely be missing. I'll start to panic in January if things don't progress at the same rate and we close some of those gaps that we know that were coming to us this fall.
Thank you. See, we have to you just have your expert colleague come in, and because I'm glad that you asked the question, and you can see that mini scaffolding of doing that little review before you hit that topic. It's a lot better than having to remember it from 6 months ago when you're doing these other types of things. So from my developmental perspective, I'm really excited to hear as they've moved in that way, because it makes a lot more sense to get that fresh back in the student's mind, kind of that pre-teaching on those skills before they go into that next jump. Thank you.
Okay. Any additional?
Let me just continue on that a little bit. Because if we've got a 38% deficit in where the math gains went during the COVID period, and I'm hearing that that's okay because we can get everybody caught up because we're going to do just-in-time teaching and reviewing principles. Should I take from that that either A, we've got 38% too little being taught in our math courses already and we should be able to do more? Or my real belief is that it is going to take much longer to teach those items because we have to go back and review concepts that they haven't learned, and it's going to be extremely difficult to be caught up, to get caught up, and that may not happen in 1 year or maybe even 2 once we return to uninterrupted face-to-face instruction.
Sure. And what I'm promising you is that we need to keep going back in more periodic ways to monitor this, because we have had this incredible thing that has kind of hit us that has really shaken a lot of the things that we've done. We are in doing these big adaptions, but we do need to monitor it as well. So I hope you take me up on coming back with Amber and her team as we look at these other benchmarks throughout the year. Because those are it's fair questions to see how this moves along and how we adapt. But I know that there's hard work in what people are doing to reach those needs as best we can.
And
hard work
that.
hard work is not the question. I know that's there. And I know people are working their cheeks off, but I'm just really concerned and hoping we get there.
Yeah, that's why we have these benchmarks, is to monitor it. And so I think that those are fair questions. The good thing is way back in the day, we would just do a little bit of in the fall, the teachers would do their things, then we would do something at the end of the year. And for course corrections and other adjustments, we wouldn't have this mid-year look in a formal way that we are positioned to be able to do and to make those with some real talented team members. So we're not too far away from seeing some of those places of where we're at. So it's going to unfold.
Great, thank you. Mrs. Arnold.
So we're doing the just-in-time math also, and it does seem to make a difference that you're teaching a concept and then you go back during that concept, you find out what they're missing and try to add in to that skill at that point. So I really feel like if our teachers keep working on that, then we'll make some gain. But I also am concerned about the fact that we don't teach on Fridays and we lose a day. And I think we need to be honest and clear that these gains may not be made, but we're going to do our very best, because I know our teachers and our principals and our cabinet always want to do the very best for our students. And I think we have to be honest and transparent that we're doing all that we can do and we're trying to pick up these skills, but there's still limitations to being off and being on every 14 days, and limitations to being gone on Fridays, and limitations to training our parents the skills and the skill level that would help their students. So hopefully by giving them Fridays to create these videos, create these teaching moments and skills for the parents to see and the students to see, we can make a few more hours or a few more percentages of gain by doing that. But I too know that everyone's working really, really hard to make sure these kids do not suffer the consequence for the rest of their lives over COVID, which is very sad that we're here, but we have to make the most of it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next section.
Yeah, just a few slides, but it's important, and I appreciate you giving me this time as we talk about our data without some of those other achievement measures. And I wanted to look at our Acadians early literacy benchmark measures to be able to, again, look at fall. And this is that, again, it's a starting point, but it at least describes where students are coming into our schools. This is kindergarten, so they literally are coming in, and it's a difference that students are walking into the door with. We don't know, the pre-K experiences and what's gone on, but again, we're here to meet their needs of where they start. In first grade, you can see the benchmark data. We were right around 69, 68% who were at benchmark in the fall. As we look at the reading composite score for first grade, we can see this fall that we're at 57%. So it's a significant change. You can see that clearly with our data. You can see that these were students who were moved in a week or so, kindergarten students moving to online last spring. And this is where we're adjusting and meeting their needs as they come back to us, the large majority in person. And this does include the testing of both in-person and online students. Our test participation rate's a little higher for in-person, and it's a little bit lower for online. But enough that we should be confident that both are represented in this data. And you can see that this is one grade level that has some of that biggest profound change. As you go to grade 2, it's a difference, but not quite to the magnitude of our grade 1 students with the fall. And then in grade 3 with Acadians, we were pleasantly surprised by that one. But again, we have all of our teachers who moved online. That's where I'm trying to saying you understand that it's a complicated thing that we're doing our best, and everyone's working with adjustments in these times that are, nothing that we would have drawn 2 years ago. That grade 1, those kindergartens from last spring who are now our fall first graders, I wanted to let you know, as I've met with other testing directors, it's pretty clear across the state that what I've just shown you in this pattern of early literacy is pretty typical, and of most districts are oh yeah, the first grade benchmark data was a big difference. And again, this is baseline data that we want to adjust and meet needs. We knew that there'd be these gaps. Dr. Roderick Landward really talked about the adjustments. One thing that we knew is that, yes, we were in the shutdown and everything else. And once you knew it was going to be a long road, there was that time to be able to start preparing for the fall, some of these gaps and knowing where they would be. And so there was a lot of work behind the scenes getting ready for fall and knowing some of these potential deficits that would be there. And I couldn't have said it better than Member Arnold about we're still in it, but we're there every day. We're working to make the connections with students to meet their needs. But I think it's good that we're transparent about where we are and where we are going. And I do appreciate the time, and I hope that you will take me up on these offers, that we maybe are able to shift some more time to look at these things throughout our year, because it's important to appropriately talk about how some things are going, and hopefully talk about some pretty heroic acts that are out there with a lot of hard work. And I'm not going to apologize for it. I have 2 educators in my family that I go to, and it is not business as usual is a big understatement. And each day that kids are in school, each day that they have a smiling teacher through the mask, working on those relationships and working on their skills, is a big victory. And I'm not going to say anything, but it's a victory. Every day that we have is a victory going forward. And hopefully over time, we're going to get stronger, and that we are going to still see some real gains. And we can minimize what this is, but we're not out of it.
Thank you. Yeah, this is just it's a really good look of a situation that we all knew was there, and now we have a little bit more detail and understanding on it. And I have made note that we will invite you back in February after following the
Together.
yes, both of you, yeah, following the winter administration of these
Great.
benchmarks.
I think there's going to be a lot of interest in that.
Yeah, and I just want to make a comment too on one of your bullet points on the slide that's titled Introduction. The goal is to begin to understand, and I think that's what we're doing. We're just beginning to understand this very sobering situation, and so we appreciate that. I just want to ask if Superintendent Robbins has a comment before we conclude this, or board members, if you have any additional comments. I'm sorry, Mr. Wrigley, and then the superintendent.
I appreciate the additional information on education. It sort of reinforces what I was concerned about as far as the elementary. It also reinforces some of the stuff we've been trying to do in regards to schools. There's been some question as to why don't we just close all the schools down and put them online? We're finding with our elementaries, it's very low as far as rates. And if we can keep that number down, it looks like based upon these numbers, we need to keep the kids in there because they're falling behind and may have even more if we leave them out. Amber, in regards to this, do we have any supplemental stuff we can give the parents? I know Reading Street, sometimes you can get in. If the parent says, hey, you got your stuff, but is there other stuff we can give the parents if they want to help bring up their grade level of their student?
Yes, I'm so glad you asked, because we actually just sent some information out to all of our elementary parents last week. Time is a blur. So a couple of things that I think are just worth noting. First, I just want to shout out to our board and our district overall for spending 10 years creating a system that I don't want to say that we were perfectly prepared to deal with COVID, but we had so many system structures in place to be able to self-correct when something like this happens in terms of intervention, screening measures, incredible collaboration with our teacher teams to be able to address data consistently. They're not going to let these kids fail as a result of their experience from COVID. They are working hard. So in addition to what is occurring in the classroom and the additional supplemental interventions that we've put in place across the board to mitigate some of these losses, for our K-5 families, we just sent all of them notice of where their students were falling in terms of being below or on grade level. And what we added to that routine communication this year were some very specific resources of things that they can do at home in terms of partner reading, additional practice and techniques that they can use while they're reading with their student to increase those miles on the page, so to speak, for gaining some of those skills, particularly in reading. And then for all of our students who are online, but also the majority of our students who are in person as well, we've added additional interventions that they can access through software licenses so that they can continue to practice as often as they feel they have time and can see fit in the home environment.
So it looks like we have extra, I mean, rather than playing a video game, it'd be good with these kids to actually play a Reading Street or a math game or something. We do have that released to the parents so they could encourage your kids to go do that.
We do.
That's really good. If we can get that out to parents, to let them know if their kid's a half a grade behind, then this is what they could do to help us in a partnership. That'd be great.
Okay. Mrs. Oakes and then Superintendent Robbins.
So that last phrase that you shared, Steve, is the question I have about how clearly are we communicating with parents about exactly how far behind their students are? Because my experience is when I go to parent-teacher conferences is those incredible people that sit across from me don't want to hurt my feelings. And they don't want to hurt the feelings of that child that may or may not be sitting right next to you. But I think it's only fair for these parents to be really clear on where their student is and how much they've lost. I would like to submit as a board member that I think that needs to be very clearly and yet tactfully communicated with a list of accompanying options of how to help bring their kid up to speed. Doesn't that make sense? I just think it's so important, and especially the middle school level. I mean, middle and high school, I don't know how we're finding data on that, or, you know, whether every single student has some piece of data that we can actually hang our hat on to provide information to those parents. But I know with the way that we're doing parent-teacher conferences, it's different than it has been in the past. A lot of students that have been really high-performing students may or may not need some of this information and understanding how they fall in behind. So I think we need to have a real conversation about how we measure it per student and how we communicate it per student.
One thing I can tell you, in a small complimentary piece around this, is that the Acadience reports and the reading inventory, those have always been through different parent meetings and access to that kind of way. We have, in the last while, as we've re-examined our processes, right? We're moving them all to the parent portal and Skyward Parent Access, where they can see that in a fairly quick turnaround. The good thing from the teacher side, after the test is done, basically they can log in and look at the results for their students. But I think there's always going to be a focus on that communication of balancing. But again, it talks about these are the standards for the year, and this is where your student is, and this is where we need to work together to get to those kind of standards. That it's couched within the curriculum and the skills for the year, not necessarily that look back.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. With a caveat, I know that you know where to look on Skyward for that, and the date of the test and how to go about it. I can just tell you from a personal perspective and from watching so many of the parents in my community that are so busy and they have so much that they're juggling and dealing with stresses of their own surrounding COVID. Unless we are super clear with them about the date of those tests, where to find it, what it means to them, like they really need sometimes somebody to explain it to them, or have something very clear, whether that's a video that's posted on our website to help them understand that. I think it's incredibly important that as a district, we're just very transparent about the fact that this is the COVID effect. We knew it was going to be coming. We now know a bit more about what it looks like now that we're here. What does that mean for your student? Here's the data you need to follow, and here's a list of resources to help them get going. Because I know there are a lot of parents that feel like, I know my child hasn't gained everything that they need to, but they don't know how to quantify it, and they don't know what to do about it, and they don't know how they measure up against other students. And so I feel like this is a chance for us to really capitalize on building that bridge between the district and parents in a way that's very productive.
Good. Those are fair points. Absolutely. There's a lot of other places we need to go and tightening that up and really looking at the process. That's very fair. Sure.
Okay, Superintendent, before we hear from you, Mrs. Arnold and then Mrs. Shield.
Thank you. So with that, just on top of what Amanda's saying, I did mail out the letters from Acadience/Dibbles to all my parents versus having them look up on Skyward this year, because I was afraid that we would miss a lot of parents not getting that information through Skyward. I know it costs money to mail them, but we felt like it was really important that specifically this year they knew what those scores look like. And that with that, a letter that said, if you have any questions, please reach out to your teacher and or me so that I could explain better. And all the students who were in the red, I'm pretty sure, I don't know about Canyons for sure, but we went the extra mile and did a diagnostic test. So then we could also tell the parents where those kids were to help them help us be partners. Like Steve said, just a couple of things that I did that was a little bit beyond what I'm being told you did. That is just putting it out there, so that the parents can make some decisions about that. My concern is back to the math, though, because there isn't specifically a math diagnostic test unless Amber can tell me there is one that we can send parents that information unless it's just the unit tests that we're doing. And if it is, then can we give parents that information for each unit test on what they knew and what the pre-test and the post-test on what they knew to what they now know? That was my question about math.
We do have the Acadians, the vendor that we have also has math benchmarking that we have done. We were able to, we had to scale back some of that testing because of the testing time to meet all of the COVID timelines. That's kind of funny.
State timelines.
The state timelines of turning around our data. The testing time was taking much longer because of social distancing and health concerns, that we weren't able to do the full battery of some of the math that we had been historically been doing for the last few years. So we did do some of them that could be group administered, but some of the one-on-one pieces we had to drop because of the test length and in time with students, just kind of full disclosure because of.
So the kiddos who are on off track or online, sorry, that were online, did we pull them in to the schools and have the coaches help out?
Yes, we reached out to all online families and also parent-led. The response from parent-led was much smaller, but we reached out with all of the fall benchmark data and asked them to come in. My department, with leading out on the reading inventory for those upper elementary grades and middle school, my staff did some of the testing of those parent-led families. And what we did on our small scale was, as part of the parent-led signed up to it with their parent email, we didn't have overwhelming response from the families. And so I committed to a timeline of the next day. We just emailed them their report and then gave them a link for other resources within the reading inventory and resources to that. So I know that we're doing that, but in context of what you're saying, there's a whole nother level of looking at this in light of communication for parents. And it's part of the evolving thing that we're looking at all of our processes to get better at the communication and more detailed for those families. And it's such the fast pace that we're trying to pull this together.
Especially those families who don't understand Skyward. And even the emails, like half the time the emails don't get to the parents. They don't get to the kids or to the parents. And so, well, not half, a lot of times they don't get there. So that's why we chose to mail them. And by the way, we didn't do bulk mail either, because I know bulk mail, if it doesn't get there, it doesn't get, if it gets there and it's not the right address, it doesn't get returned. So we actually use the address with stamps to make sure it get returned so that we would know that those students need additional help or attention, and we need to figure out where they are.
And we have the schools do a lot of that communication directly from parents. For several years, we were printing them out, and they've been asking us to be more and more electronically sending them to the parents.
Yeah, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, Mrs. Schill.
Okay, so I'm just wondering, what are we communicating to middle school and high school parents? Because I haven't gotten anything from high school. I mean, other than just the normal grades and the normal. So I don't know if we're doing anything. Maybe we're not right now because we're just.
In terms of some of the benchmark data or other pieces that we're doing?
We're not really communicating anything.
No, we're leaving that for the teachers. And at the teacher level, we probably have some good success, and then we have some real gaps that maybe you're talking about. We always have had that as the standard. That's where, in us trying to have it posted now, again, like you said, the comfort level of going through Skyward Parent Portal and other things, but we're trying to post electronically in other places that they can securely get it to try to help lighten that, depending on to put it at the standard where everyone is getting it at a certain time, rather than putting it on the shoulders of the teachers per se, even though ideally there's that discussion that the parent and the teachers have together is the most powerful of explaining the results and answering questions. But we know that's been moved with the pandemic that we're in now as well. Again, just a lot of changes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Superintendent Robbins?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll be brief. Just to summarize and
wrap up this conversation, first, I want to thank Hal and Amber for all their work in pulling this data. I think it reiterates and reaffirms what we knew going into the fall. If you think back to our discussion about the Brown study and post-Hurricane Katrina and the impact that had on students, I think it also speaks to Mont's point that, we're in this for the long haul. I am in agreement that this is not a short-term fix. And I think it's important too to really understand the impact COVID has had, the social emotional impact on our students, and that disconnect is not separate from their academic performance. And so when we're thinking about all of the services combined in wraparound services to kids and the whole child, one doesn't go without the other. And on the positive side, one of the things as I'm out in schools and understanding Canyons better that I think is a real tribute to the district is your investment in the support services and intervention options. It's rare to see content coaches, instructional coaches, social workers, counselors, teachers, all working in concert. And if there is a district that will dig out of this hole, it will be Canyon School District, because you've invested in the right supports to make that happen. And that is not the case in every school district. Many are absent of these services and these supports. So we have a long way to go. There's no question about it. I just want to commend the board and the decision to open school in person with instruction. It's not perfect. We have holes, we have gaps. Our teachers, our staff, everyone is working hard. But I think opening remote or in any other way for the majority of our students, this gap could have been much, much wider. And so I just appreciate the fact that, we made some hard decisions in that regard. But as Hal said, each and every day that we show up for our students in person, online, and on parent-led, every day that teaching and learning is happening is a victory, because we are in unprecedented times in a pandemic that is surging and it's raging, and yet people show up every day to do their best to engage our kids, and those structures are in place, to reiterate Amber's point. And I'm very confident that when we come back to this in February, in the spring, that we will get these students caught up to where they need to be. And it really is a matter of providing the right screen tools, and then identifying those gaps, as you mentioned, Amanda, and really partnering with our parents. I do agree we can do better in how we report that. It lends itself to the discussion, and maybe this is a roundtable discussion next spring, but it does lend itself to a discussion around standards-based grading and how we report out to parents in that more granular, finite manner. So I know that's a discussion for another day, but I'm so proud of everybody's work, and we'll get on this and continue to work at it. But I'm very proud of the fact too that we're being real about this and being transparent. I've been talking to Hal about this for days on end, and it's hard. It's hard to look at a lot of this data, realizing that our students have paid a price and the impact COVID has had. But I've seen great things happening in our classrooms, and our teachers are up to the challenge. So with that, I'll close.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for those thoughts and comments. And
Thank you.
And thank you, Hal, for your report, your presentation, and all the work that's gone into just identifying and reporting all the work that's happening in our classrooms. So we appreciate
Thank
it
you
very much. And we'll look forward to February. Okay, next item is the annual report from Human Sexuality Committee and Resources. And I'll turn the time over to Dr. Amber Roderick Landward, Director of ISD. And this item, as well as item D, the biennial review of sex education policy, and item E, biennial review of specified county statistics, these are all items that we are required by state statute to review as a board.
Thank you, Nancy. And with your permission, I'll just talk about all three of the items in a continuous presentation so that we can move through the information. So as Nancy mentioned, all of these presentations tonight that are itemized individually on the agenda are required by our policy to report on either annually or biannually. So the first thing that we are going to share is just the annual report of our Sex Education Instruction Committee. So before we get into the committee's work over the last year, I want to just remind everybody what the committee typically does in the scope of the year and the timeline for that work. So we typically work with this committee at least 2 times a year, and we schedule more meetings as needed. And the purpose of this committee is to organize and review any resources for instruction and curriculum related to health and sexual education. So that includes looking at curriculum information, specific resources to be integrated into the instruction, and then also any speakers that are used for those particular classes or for maturation. We also take time during one of our meetings, typically in the spring, to review the county data that is released. And then we share with you all any information that we have as a committee decided to bring to you for approval for changes to either resources or presenters or curriculum. And then we share with you the overall work of the committee typically in June. So last year, as with most things you continue to hear about, was interrupted. So we did have our fall meeting, and you can see there the items that we focused on in the agenda. And again, thank you to Mr. Wrigley and Ms. Oakes for participating on this committee and giving their additional time to serve with this group of individuals. So in that fall meeting, you can see that we reviewed the purpose of the committee, and then we focused the time on the maturation program presenters. And within that review, all the committee members used a specific rubric so that, again, we were looking at this in a systematic and consistent way. And then the spring meeting did not take place because of COVID, nor did the annual report. So a couple of things to just update you on based on that fall meeting and the information moving forward. Maturation is something that our district continues to support across the district at various locations. And we've typically done live presentations. Those were started but then put on hold once the school closure began in March. So the presenter that we have been contracting with for the last little while, we worked with her to build specific professionally recorded virtual presentations that could be used moving into the fall. So in September, we communicated to all current 6th graders who would have had the opportunity to participate in maturation had COVID not interrupted that schedule. We sent them a way that they could access that presentation virtually so that parents could work through that information with their children. The presentation will then be available for us to continue to use should we need it, and then we will move forward with offering those regularly scheduled meetings live in the spring, assuming that we can, or we, like I said, will have this information to use virtually if we need to. The presentation, or the presenter that we have used and that has developed this information, we have only received positive praise from her, or about her, I should say. And so we feel really fortunate to have been able to work with her and have her teaching our families about maturation. I'm not sure the students feel too excited about having that, but do they ever when it comes to that, right? When you're in 5th grade. So as we continue to move into this school year, we will continue with the timeline that I mentioned about when and how often the committee will meet. The first task for the committee to look at, or for actually us to look at before we pull the committee together, is finalizing the committee membership. Every year, we reach out to the members who have served to determine if they are still interested and available for the commitment. And once we know that, and if we have any vacancies, we will work with principals and you to fill those open positions, and then we will bring that finalized list to you to be able to appoint and final approve. From there, we will move forward with setting our fall meeting schedule and look again at those resources, speaker, and curriculum requests. And right now, we will hopefully get all of that done and have our first meeting scheduled in January. So any questions about that piece? Did I cover it, Amanda and Steve? I told Jesse he really, just because he had to present on Luke's birthday didn't mean that he could trade me presentations, because he got to talk about online and now I have to talk about sex. I'm not sure that that was really the best trade-off.
Yes, Ms. Oaks.
Yeah, thank you for that overview. I just want to make sure that, to reiterate again, that we get a good balance of all of the different school communities when we're looking at membership moving forward. So.
And I'm glad that you brought that up as a reminder. We do pull parents from all of our communities so that we do have that representation. So any other questions?
No.
And then if, I know Nancy, you will keep us honest. I think if our goal is to have that first meeting in January, so we'd like to, in December, bring to you that list of the committee to finalize so that we can invite them to that meeting. So
Great.
Saying that out loud so that we don't forget. Okay, so moving on to the biannual reviews. The first review is to just look a little bit more closely every couple of years at our district sex education instruction policy. And you have in board docs the full copy of that policy, and then just a couple of highlights here in terms of the process. So you'll notice that in the policy, it was revised in 2018, in June of that year. And it was revised in order to be able to align our district policy with the current state law and board rule, and some changes that came out from that legislative session. Since that time, there have not been any new proposed updates from the state or otherwise. And you can see there in the policy just some of the main components that were continually included or added to, included and expanded upon during that revision in 2018. So just again, wanting to keep everybody informed that the policy outlines how parent permission is required for specific topics, what the instructional process and curriculum adoption review process for materials around sex education entails, and that we're required to collect any complaints or violations of the policy and report those upon request to the Utah State Board of Education. It also highlights the specifics of our district sex education instruction committee, as well as their duties, including the requirement to report every year. So are there any questions about the policy?
No.
Okay, I take it back.
Continue.
Maybe I do like presenting about sex education better than online learning. This is great.
You're going to trade him every time.
I know, Jesse, you're getting sick every time you have to present on this. We're trading. So the last review is looking at the local county data that is routinely provided to us. So we look at this every 2 years. The data are provided annually. And I love that we're doing this to just, again, continue to look at that whole picture of our community health and wellness. And this is such a big part of those pieces. So the data that we collect are summarized here in these next few slides, but you've got the complete sets of the data that were shared with us from the county on board docs. So the data that we're required to report include the adolescent birth rate data. So you have that here for 2019, and we have this organized here by the county. And so you can see that rate per 1,000 females ages 15 to 19. And then this data is disaggregated by smaller areas within the county. And so Jesse has pulled this data by each city in our district to be able to look at those rates specifically. Again, the same metric per 1,000 females ages 15 to 19, and this is 2019. So you can see how each of our communities fares in relation to the overall Salt Lake County, which was 14.8. So you can see where we land there. Other data to review include the counts of victims with reported sexual abuse. So you can see again here by the county, unfortunately, we do not have this data broken down by area, but you can see it's been somewhat steady with the exception of the dip that we had, or the reduction in 2018, and then unfortunately it jumped back up into the high 700s. HIV and sexually transmitted infection or disease in Utah, and this is the 2019 report broken down again by, the overall state. And then you can see that same data organized by county. This data, unfortunately, we also don't have further disaggregation in terms of the cities, so it looks at that broader picture of Salt Lake County. Go ahead.
Yes. Do we know whether or not, is this data specific to adolescents, or is that just a conglomerate of all sexual transmitted diseases?
I'm sorry? Did you say that? Oh, that was the adolescent pregnancy. Oh, now you're asking me a question and I can't remember. I need to go back
population.
to
I think it is.
The whole compilation is what you think it is, Nancy?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That sounds right, because this looks like a screenshot from the overall report where I believe it would have specified the specific age population, but I'll confirm that in just a few minutes. Yeah, I think it probably, yeah, I think it is too. This last STI report, yes, I think you're absolutely right about that. And I'm sorry, I don't know that off the top of my head. Finally, part of the policy is to report on a regular basis the number of discipline referrals that we have centered around pornography. So for the 2019-20 school year, we had a total of 19 reported incidences, and you can see the breakdown there by elementary, middle, and high school. Are there any questions? What's that?
Questions, anyone?
You look backward with the high schools being 3 and the elementaries being 7 and 9.
Any board comments, questions on this? Okay, thank you for the presentation. Okay, next item is, and again, this is also required by state statute and Utah State Board of Education rule, that our board do an annual review of our board school fee policy. And so with that, rather than Jeff Christensen, who's asked to be excused, Mr. Leon Wilcox will present this review.
Thank you, President Tingy. Just want to say I appreciate Hal's report earlier today and all the effort that he went through to gather all that information. That was very informative. And as a parent, I just received at 4:30 today, received my parent survey on my child's school. So I'm very pleased, and I will do my part to keep us at that 90% range. So As Nancy, as President Tingy said, we are required to review our fee policy each year. And so, and in conjunction with that, each year, President Tingy, Dr. Robbins, and each one of our school principals have to complete a school fee certification. And that's done by electronic survey up to the State Board of Education. Every principal and superintendent and board president throughout the state has to do that same certification. And in part of that certifying is that you as the board review the policy at least once a year. You know, we don't have a presentation, but on board docs, you do have the policy or fee policy. Let me just hit some of the highlights of that. One, we have to adopt the fee schedule once a year. We have to have and these are some of the questions that we had to certify in this as part of our compliance. Another one is that we have to, before we adopt the fee policy, we have to allow for public comment at 2 board meetings. We have to, on the fee schedule, we have to have a maximum per activity and then an aggregate maximum per student. We have to include the policy and the fee schedule on the registration materials so our parents can see that when they register, do our online registration. We have to have a spend plan for each activity. So on the fee policy, the fee schedule, we showed you how we electronically do that for each activity and what that portion is buying there. And then we also have to have an easily understood fee waiver policy that is included in this policy. It has to be, we have to evaluate waivers in a fair and objective manner. And we have to be able to report back very quickly. We also have to have a policy in place, as we do, on parents or students who cannot pay who are not eligible to pay the fee, but are not eligible for a fee waiver. So we have to have a way to work with them so they cannot be excluded in any activity that way. And of course, we have to keep all our fee waiver information confidential and treat all students equally, regardless of their status, which we do, and we expect our principals. We know that our principals do that as well. Just to give you a quick update, we will be starting to gather information in December, January, and bring any changes to the fee schedule for next school year to you beginning in February. We're planning to have the 2 readings in February and March, and then adopt the fee schedule for next school year by April 1st, when we have to do that. So we'll look at the 2nd meeting in March doing that. So we'll have information if there's any changes coming forward with that. We do have an internal audit function. We have asked our internal auditors to review our fee schedule and compliance with fee waivers. They will be looking at that in January and February. We may not have that report back from them by the time we adopt the new fee schedule for next school year. So, but that is something that we do have on the plate moving forward. So with that, I'll turn it back and see if there's any questions.
Any questions, board? Mr. Wrigley.
I've had a couple parents talk with me about the fee schedules for online classes being different than in-school classes. Are we looking at all to see the monetary difference between those, and if we need to charge a different rate for online only versus in-school?
I think it comes back to the one fee, Steve, and that would be the activity fee. And we've heard a couple parents with that. Our principals have heard a couple issues with that. Again, it's just with the activity fee, because if you can still play sports online or in person, it's the same. And the class fee, if you have to take the class online or take the class in person, it's still the same. So it just comes back. I think it just comes back to the one fee.
I think it's just the activity fee, mostly
fee.
what the parents are concerned
And
about.
so we've had a couple with that. On the fee schedule, if you look there, we do highlight what the online fees pay. That being said, we also highlight what the in-person fees pay. And, a lot of the in-person fees pay for dances, which we can't have. They pay for assemblies and security and after school parties and activities, which we can't have in this environment. So that is something that we are looking at as we move forward to next year as adopting it. One of the things that we did do is for this year, of course, we had the soft closure in March. What we did do was reduce the activity fee $15 for every student, except for the 6th graders who came up. But everybody from 7th who was going into 7th grade to 12th grade paid $15 less that way. So instead of trying to refund money, which is, it's tough to refund, $15 to 2,000 students. That's how we did it. So we may look at something like that for next year as well as we get.
I appreciate that. I just had a couple of parents.
Yeah, we've heard that.
State they wouldn't going to pay their activity fees because of this principle. So
yeah, we've heard that a couple of times. Yeah. So.
Okay. Any other questions or comments on this one? All right. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Wilcox. Okay. Item G, discuss future board roundtable dates. So this is something, again, as the theme of the night is all the disruptions, right, to our regular scheduled things because of COVID. And this is one, as you know, board, that we have just postponed. And so I would like to just take a minute, if we could, and look at in January to see either January or February to see if we could find a date that we could hold around our roundtable meeting. Right now we have January 5th is scheduled to be the swearing in ceremony for the newly elected board members and elected or re-elected. And then the 19th is a regular scheduled business meeting. So I'm wondering if we could look at, and then also February meeting dates would be February 2nd and February 16th for regularly scheduled meetings. So wondering if perhaps January 26th would work or February 9th.
So we're adding another meeting. I just want to make sure we all understand.
I think we'll want the time.
Yes.
We'll want the time. Mhm.
I can make either of those dates work, Nancy. And I'm just wondering if there's a way we can communicate with Holly to see whether or not she has a preference on days.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we will.
Either date, that's fine with me.
Yeah, either day works for me too.
Okay, Mr. Iverson, Mr. Milleberg?
All
right, Dad. We will think of you fondly at that time.
Please do, but I don't think my vote counts.
Okay.
I would prefer February 9.
Okay. We will put that then as our first choice, and I will get with Mrs. Nybar about that.
Okay. Are we specifying just like the regular time, 4:30? Is that what we're thinking?
I think so.
Okay.
Because it would be a regular work school day for folks. Yeah. Okay. We will aim for that, February 9th. Okay, thank you. And next item is item H, and I will turn the time back over to Mr. Leon Wilcox. This is Edgemont and Peruvian Park early move to Crescent View building.
Thank you again, President Tingy. When we put together the agenda, I thought there was no way we were going to get through an item H, but hey, we're going to do it.
It's up to you now.
Oh, the pressure's on, but we will do it. And I'm going to get through it so quickly, we may even have time to discuss the Broncos and Raiders this upcoming weekend. That's for Dr. Robbins. As you know, last board, well, just to refresh you, at the April 21st meeting, you as the board approved us moving Edgemont and Peruvian Park down to Crescent View for next school year. Well, those two schools were being constructed. Bellevue would remain in its current building. And then the following year, so we can almost say next year, once we get to 21, but in this fall of 22, Bellevue and Edgemont will combine into the new Glacier Hills, the Yetis. Then we were scheduled to begin, and we still are scheduled to begin construction in June on both of those schools. Both Peruvian Park and Glacier Hills will be built basically right on top on the same footprint as the current buildings. However, as we got looking at some of the issues we're facing right now with our current buildings going on, we feel like these construction is going to take us at least 14 to 16 months. And so that will make it for a very tight opening, especially if it's 16 months to get in there in August 22. It really won't happen. Now we'll still have the Crescent View building available. We'll still have the Bellevue can still stay in their building, but that puts it in a tight time frame. We're just, with COVID, again, it's going back to COVID. That's what we seem to always talk to. We're just having delays in supply chains on steel, plumbing, electrical. One that we never thought would happen, but the ones up at Brighton told me they're now rationing concrete, which is huge for us. So that's a problem. And also, as we face here, construction workers are forced to quarantine for 2 weeks once they get, test positive or through contact tracing. And also one thing that we've noticed as going about is abating the hazardous materials out of these older buildings. Sometimes it can take 2 weeks, other times it can take 6 weeks. Once you start digging up with the old tile underneath, that's where you find the delays there. So, and this also gets further compounded with the new Glacier Hills because we're going to try to incorporate 2 school communities into one. And so that makes it difficult if you have Edgemont down at Crescent View and Bellevue still in their current building starting fall of 2022. And so, a principal who is fantastic, Julie Winfrey, she's going to have 2 teaching staff. She's going to have 2 SECs. She'll only have 1 SEC and PTA, but they'll be in 2 different locations and her staff. So that's going to be very complicated if that building is not ready by August of 2022 for them to move in. They can still move. We can still do an September, October move, but it will be complicated, for her to unify everyone there. So this is our recommendation that we'd like to do. And that is over spring break, which is April 5th to the 12th. We would like to move both schools, Edgemont and Peruvian Park, down to the Crescent View building. Of course, they were going down anyway, but this gives us about 7 extra weeks of construction time because then we would start construction even when they move out. That gives us a much better chance of having the buildings completed by August of 2022. Doesn't guarantee it, but gives us a much better chance. We also think that we could save on some costs, known as our contractors will know they have extra time. So they're not going to start billing us for overtime or things of that nature. And those are the advantages. I'm just going over the advantages there. The Fridays, if we keep those a virtual day, we don't know what that will happen next, starting in 2021. But, teachers could spend some time down there preparing their rooms. And also, we have, of course, fewer in-person students this year with the online and the parent-led. You can see parent-led is included in the online numbers there. Somebody says, this year's somewhat messed up anyway. We might as well just add this on to it just to get it all, tear the bandage off. Yeah. But that really gives us a benefit. We really think we're probably about 8 weeks either way. So either take the 8 weeks on the front end or take the 8 weeks on the back end. Or know that there's a possibility to have you take 7 or 8 weeks on the backs end. Some of the disadvantages are, we told both these schools that they would stay in their current buildings this whole year. And so that could, of course, this could impact with the busing, this could impact after school activities like piano lessons or soccer practice or things of that nature with, parents that parents have lined up. And as well as the move would happen over 1 week during spring break, the teachers will have less time to set up their classrooms. But we're we're prepared to purchase substitutes to help support in that first week. The playground will not be ready. We are going to move the Edgemont playground down there, but it's going to take us several weeks to set that up. So it won't really be ready till next fall. And then we have some departments at Crescent View that we'll have to relocate, but we feel like we can do that to get both schools in there. Just tell you about the next steps. Since this was made public Friday, so we told our Edgemont had an SCC meeting yesterday. And so we said, well, just go ahead and share this with your SCC and get their input put back in there. And Peruvian Park had an SCC meeting today. And I said, we'll just share this information as well, because I'm sure the board will want to hear it. Both the principals have reported back that their SCCs and faculties are very favorable of this option. They would rather move out in spring break and have the better chance of the buildings getting done versus the opposite, where they may need to go into September, October of 2022. We, of course, have not surveyed all the parents, which we'll go do. And so our plan would be to send it out, if it's okay with you, to send out some type of message from the principals. I'd have Kirsten and Jeff help draft that for them, that this is what we would like to do. But if you have concerns, please respond back. And depending on that, we'd bring this back to you on December 1st and ask for your approval to go ahead with this move. So that's all I have. That's the presentation. Is there anything I can answer for you?
Questions, board? Mr. Wrigley?
Sure, just really quickly. I'm excited about moving it up. I know what we've had on pretty much all of our elementary schools. We've done this model on trying to get them in August, is we have not got their playgrounds in.
Yeah.
So their playgrounds have been almost into September, October, which hopefully if we were to move this forward, it might make it where the playgrounds get put in, maybe before they move in or not.
It gives us a better chance of giving a better finished product. There's lots of, we've been able to meet what we call the mandatory fire clearance, where you have all the life safety things, the fire alarm works and whatnot, and you hit on the nail there, Steve. But sometimes we don't have the playgrounds, and sometimes we don't have all the mill working. So teachers are living out of boxes, if you will. And so we still may be able to get those buildings done on the original schedule, but they just may not be in a real finished state, if that makes sense.
So we may know enough to repurpose Bellevue before the next school year if we have this, because we would know maybe towards the 1st of July or August, if in fact the building would be clear and we could repurpose it for the next school year.
Yeah. So for the you're exactly right. For
that
the
would be
2022,
ideal if we could then go
we
ahead
do have
and
an idea that we'll bring to you.
repurpose Bellevue before
certainly
the
will.
next school year starts too.
Yeah.
And if we're ahead of schedule, or we know that we'll be meeting that schedule because the buildings will be empty anyway, we could then move everything out of Bellevue.
That's another thing, that there's a domino effect there. If Glacier Hills isn't done, then we can't use that Bellevue building for some purposes or programs that we're looking at moving in there.
Yeah, so there's a couple positives in this.
Yeah,
that
exactly.
May affect not only, 3 schools in fact.
Maybe exactly.
Mr. Millerberg has a comment.
Leon, as close as you cut Mid-Valley 3 months ago, I'm all about giving you an extra 6 or 7 weeks to build an elementary school, because that was just way too close.
Yeah. It goes back to that abatement issue there. We don't know what we found, and we found some issues there at Mid-Valley that really slowed us down. So yeah, that's why.
Okay. Oh,
Amanda?
Mrs. Oaks.
Leanne, thank you so much for looking ahead, and for anybody else who caught this, because it's a lot better to get it on the front end.
I'm going to give the credit to Rick Conga right there.
Thank you, Rick.
He's
No, it makes a huge difference. I mean, especially in such an unpredictable and difficult time where we feel like we're always lagging behind. The fact that you guys are on it on the front end is fantastic. I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So, board, it sounds like we're all okay with bringing it back for possible action on December 1st. And then I think your other question, Leon, was about getting additional feedback from those communities. So are we okay to let them go ahead and do that as they see is best? Okay. Yes, yes.
Will we have sufficient buses to address this early?
Okay, great, thank you. That concludes our items for study session. And board, let's take about a 3-minute break, and then we will reconvene for the business meeting. Okay, good evening. I'd like to welcome you all to the meeting of the Canyons Board of Education. Today is November 10th, 2020, and we are meeting at the district office located at 9361 South, 300 East in Sandy, Utah. I will recognize that Mr. Millerberg, Mr. Iverson, and Superintendent Robbins are participating through electronic means. And I want to also express our apologies and appreciation for your patience with a little bit later start to the meeting. The first item is to approve the agenda for today, November 10th, 2020. I will ask for a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the agenda for November 10th, 2020 as written in the board docs and published.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion?
Second it.
Thank you. Any discussion to the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, thank you. That motion passes. And next, we will be led in the Pledge of Allegiance by Mr. Leon Wilcox, Business Administrator.
Could everyone
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Next on the agenda will be recognitions, and I will turn the time over to Mr. Jeff Haney, Director, and Kirsten Stewart, Associate Director of Communications and Public Relations.
There we go. I'm always the one who reminds folks that the green light needs to be on. So now you can yell at me, President Tingy, to turn your light on. So thank you, President Tingy, for the time that is granted to us every board meeting to recognize the achievements of students, faculty, and staff in Canyons District. Tonight for our recognitions, we are celebrating the achievements of educators, support staff, advocates of the district, and plus the work of some student artists who will help us spread the holiday cheer. As we've mentioned before, in any other year, the boardroom would be packed with friends and family, employees, teachers, principals, everybody who contributes so much to the operations of the district. We gather to celebrate the achievements and recognize those who help us become a world-class district. However, to follow the COVID-19 restrictions and safety precautions, we have reduced the number of the people who are at board meeting. Those who are mentioned tonight will receive a letter of appreciation from the Board of Education and the superintendent, as well as a Canyons District keychain. So for our first recognition tonight, we honor Austin Gillespie, a chemistry teacher at Brighton High School. Now, congratulations are in order for Mr. Gillespie. He is the recipient of this year's Ronald and Eileen Ragsdale Outstanding High School Chemistry Teacher Award from the Chemistry Department at the University of Utah. Each year, the award is given to a chemistry teacher from Utah who has demonstrated excellence in teaching of advanced placement and or international baccalaureate classes. So congratulations to Mr. Gillespie for this achievement. Now the next honorees are student artists at Alta High School. They are Jake Jensen and Ella Mehmet. And they are the creative geniuses behind the artwork for Canyons District's official 2020 holiday card. It's a tradition for Canyons to ask students to provide the artwork for our official card. And I'll show you in a second the work that they have submitted and that we have selected for our holiday card this year. Now, as the holiday descends upon us, it's easy to feel magic in the air with one glance at the artwork that's been provided by these Alta High students. Ella is the creative wonder behind this. It is the artwork of pine logs covered with freshly fallen snow. Now, we typically pick one piece of artwork for our holiday card, but you know, we also got this fantastic piece of artwork by Jake, who whipped up this whimsical take on walking in a winter wonderland. We'll do two versions of the holiday card, which is sent to local elected officials, Utah school boards, superintendents, major supporters and donors to the Canyons Education Foundation and other supporters of Canyon School District. We also send to our legislative delegation, our congressional delegation, and the White House. So congratulations to the Alta High students who have contributed the artwork to our holiday card this year. And the next folks that I would like to honor will receive their recognitions later this month. They are the winners of the 2020 Apex Awards presented by the Canyons Board of Education and Administration. Now, these are the people on the front lines. They teach, they lead, they volunteer, and they inspire. From sunrise to sunset throughout the school year, this dedicated core of teachers, administrators, education support professionals, counselors, volunteers, business partners, and more work tirelessly to operate Canyons District schools. Now, the day-to-day operations of Canyons District may appear to be seamless, but it surely would not happen without the good work and the expertise of the people who make up Canyons District. Now, the winners of the Apex Awards are selected after a public nomination process, and then they're selected for the awards by the board and the administration. We'll celebrate the achievements of these fine folks in a virtual ceremony later this month, but we're taking the opportunity tonight to officially announce the winners. So congratulations to the School Administrator of the Year, Kelly Tautioli from Union Middle School. The District Administrator of the Year, we selected 2 this year. The first is Dr. Bob Dowdle, the Assistant Superintendent of Canyons School District, and Susan Edwards, the Public Engagement Coordinator for Canyons District. The Teacher of the Year, we selected in the spring, and that's Emma Moss from Eastmont Middle. Last week, we had a visit from State Superintendent Sid Dixon. Dr. Dixon came to congratulate Ms. Moss for her announcement as a runner-up in the State Teacher of the Year competition. And Emma will receive the Apex Award for the Teacher of the Year as well. Our Business Partner of the Year is the Utah Food Bank. Our Volunteer of the Year, we have such amazing volunteers, we couldn't pick just one. So we're selecting 2, Araceli Rivera from East Midvale and Stacy Kratz from Midvale Area Schools. The Elected Official of the Year, Representative Steve Elison. Our Student Support Services Professionals of the Year. Again, we had fantastic nominees, so we selected 2 recipients. The first one goes to Canyons District Head Nurse, Sally Goodger, and the second award goes to the Instructional Supports Department's Education Technology Team. That's made up of Camille Cole, Michelle Shimon, Justin Anderson, Jenna Townsend, Katie Blunt, Jonathan Stewart, Scott Lambert, and Scott Christensen. The Education Support Professional of the Year is Custodial Coordinator Kevin Kelson. And our Legacy Award is given to our former superintendent, Dr. Jim Briscoe. We thank these people for all they have done and continue to do to lift up, to inspire, and lead us to the apex of success. We're putting together the awards right now. We'll have a virtual ceremony in a couple weeks. We're looking forward to thanking and expressing gratitude for these folks who do so much for Canyon School District. Now, President Tingy, members of the board, you may have noticed that I'm wearing a different mask tonight. These are given to those who have signed up to participate in the Canyons Education Foundation's first ever Trot for Tech virtual 5K. Now, this fun run will help pay for electronic devices and internet connectivity for Canyons District students in need. So how can you not participate? I mean, it's only a 5K. You can do that. So after registering for the 5K, it's just $20. You can pick a day anytime between November 22nd and November 28th in which you will jog, run, walk, or roll for 5K. Now, there's not a specified route, so we're not going to be crowded. You can do it by yourself. You can do it on a track. You can do it near your house. You can do it in the mountains, anywhere. Just make sure you're taking a picture, posting on social media, telling folks that you participated in this event to raise funds for Canyons District students. You'll also get one of these to wear. My number I requested, 007. So please, if you would join us and like to do so, it's for a very good cause. But before our turkey trot, we're hoping to celebrate another state championship. Best of luck to the Corner Canyon Chargers, who are still in the running for a 6A state football title. They play on Thursday in the semifinals. If they win that game, they'll head to the championship on November 20th. Congratulations also to the Alta High and Brighton High marching bands. They recently completed their field show seasons. They finished among the top half of 5A schools at the Red Rock Marching Band State Competition. Now, that's certainly impressive considering that our marching bands are relatively young, and Brighton's marching band just finished its inaugural season. So congratulations to the student musicians and their coaches and advisors. Now, lastly, on some days, it can be difficult to believe in the power of possibility, but our students have very powerful allies in their corner. This week is National School Psychology Week, and we are incredibly grateful for the work that the school psychologists in Canyons District and their support staff do to help the students thrive, hold on to hope, set goals, and cultivate a mindset of resilience and growth. Our student psychologists support students in growing not only academically, but as people. So a big thanks to our school psychologists. This week is for them. We also honor our veterans. The Board of Education sent a letter of thanks to all those associated with Canyons District who are current or former members of the U.S. Armed Service, and we thank them for all they did to protect our rights as Americans. With that, President Tingy, we turn our time back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Haney. We appreciate the time that you take to share with us these amazing achievements and the recognitions of all of the great things that are happening. Okay, next on our agenda is for patron comments. And the Board of Education encourages public engagement and values input from students, parents, employees, and other patrons of the district. A few guidelines for the comments. Just a reminder that comments made are part of the public record of this meeting. And the time is limited to 3 minutes for those representing a group. And our secretary is keeping the time, so I will try and help those of you that are calling in to know when your time is up. And then patrons may provide board members with written documents, and those should be submitted to the board secretary. And finally, the Board of Education does not engage in public comment on personnel issues of a district employee's character, professional competence, or mental or physical health. If a member of the public wants to comment on personnel issues, the board would request that those comments be submitted to the board in writing. However, if the member of the public determines to verbally comment on personnel issues, his or her comments need to be civil and refrain from personal attacks, insults, defamatory, or slanderous comments about an individual. We've had 7 patrons sign up to address the board this evening. I will read the first 2 names and then continue on through the list. First is Marin Mon and then Jackson Baker. And they will be joining us via the telephone line. So Marin, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, good. Go ahead.
Okay. According to New York Times journalist Kate Taylor, quote, Corner Canyon High School experienced one of the biggest coronavirus outbreaks at a school in Utah, and possibly the country, with 90 cases within 2 weeks. By September 28th, Canyon School District, with roughly 33,000 students, had temporarily closed 3 high schools and a middle school, telling about 8,000 students to learn from home. This article was published October 18th. Since then, Utah's daily case counts have spiked to new records almost daily, reaching about 2,958 cases as of November 7th. My school, Alta High, went into a second hybrid schedule since last month after 7 cases climbed to 22. I'm no stranger to disappointment this school year, with my clubs being shut down, my debate team's tournaments being forced online, and the repercussions that come with adapting to a virtual environment. But I'm lucky, considering my mom, a medical director and PA, comes home every day from work with the news on and talks to my sister and I about safety, mostly because there's a lot of uncertainty out there right now. my uncle, a COVID nurse, and it has been by the bedsides of people who didn't know that they were dying. My teachers, frustrated and visibly exhausted, keep telling kids to put their masks over their noses, but get ridiculed for trying to stay safe. As I'm watching the mental and physical health of my peers, quality of my education, and safety actively degrade within a community that I hold so dear to my heart, I can assure the board that I'm not more worried about my math assignment than I am about the well-being of my friends and family. Watching the public deterioration of trust, empathy, and compassion on the very basis of faith, politics, and liberty has ignited a divide between rationality and irrationality, because you either catch a virus or you don't. I will never forget the feeling of recognizing how much things have changed and how little power I have as a student to stop it. Because the kid next to you in math won't stop pulling his mask down, and you can't sanitize your hands enough to protect yourself. I remember normalcy, and I can never forget how much my teachers have done for me throughout high school. I'm sure most of you feel that way about a teacher you know. Visibly exhausted, emotionally drained, our teachers are taking on 2 to 3 times as much work as they have before. And while they are already the foundation of our society, we haven't asked ourselves what we're doing to protect them as we head into unknown depths of pandemic life. Those rallying in the name of normalcy don't seem to understand that we're standing on the edge of moving forward or never turning back, and that personally I'd watch them never to walk into another school again to protect any life in my community. I'm trying to explain in the most digestible way possible that what we are observing today is the active disintegration of this generation's hope for a future, because education has always been the future. Right now, there is a disproportionate amount of time and energy being focused on expanding the suggested liberties of pre-pandemic life at the expense of the health of Canyon's families and students. There is a price tag on our education, on teachers' mental health, and on the safety of our community. If it wasn't transparent before, it is now. Canyon's district needs to prioritize the message and lives of its teachers and its students over the threats of the angered, because our learning and our lives cannot come at the price of a homecoming dinner or sports game. Thank you.
Thank you. Jackson Baker and then Alex Brown. Jackson, are you with us?
Hello, board. Yes, I'm with you.
Okay, we can hear you now.
Perfect. Hello, board members. I would first like to thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Jackson Baker, and I am a student at Alta High School. This evening, I will be addressing the way in which the current learning models through COVID-19 have impacted students. As a junior in high school, I knew coming into this year that it would be tough, but I didn't think it would be this hard. Every day it feels like I am having my entire world flipped upon itself. I never know what the next announcement is going to be. One week I only have online classes. The next I attend 4 days a week. The week after that I just go on Mondays and Tuesdays. Needless to say, COVID-19 has made life confusing. While we can't cure COVID, there are things that can be done to make it much more manageable. Today, I wish to speak to you from a student perspective on how COVID-19 has impacted us and how we wish to improve upon our education. There is an understanding that the current situation has presented a variety of problems. There is now a measure to ensure student safety and provide quality education. However, due to the many new configurations of schedules, education appears to be a lower level of priority. When we have a constant change in scheduling, it forces students to constantly wonder what their form of education will be for that week, and makes teachers have to prepare for lessons in both an online and in-person setting. This takes away from what the focus should be on, educating students. Students are now balancing the schoolwork they already have and the possibility of having to be prepared to learn online the next day. It goes without saying that this is confusing and strenuous on students' learning capabilities. This is why I strongly urge for consistency. I don't want to play Guess Who every time I wake up for school. I don't want to wonder if a certain day is the last day I'm going to be able to see my teachers in person. And I don't want to question if my education is at stake because of the pandemic. This is a hard time for everyone, and I don't want it to get any harder. I would love to see the board establish a concrete plan that provides both safety and education. I would also like for this plan to be final, and I want to know that the schedule I will be on every day. I want to feel comfortable in it, and I want to feel secure in my educational opportunities. If I could stress anything enough, it would be this. Students and teachers shouldn't be finding out the night before what schedule they will be on. Students shouldn't feel like their education isn't a priority. And teachers shouldn't have to pull double duty because they never know what to expect. We need to be safe, but we also need quality education for students. By providing a schedule that will remain relatively consistent through COVID-19, the deficit in student learning that currently exists will most likely be solved for. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, Alex Brown and then McKenna Matthews.
Can you all hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. Over the course of the last few months, school has been in a situation we have never seen before. Because of the recent events, the priority has been safety and education instead of just the latter. As we cannot compromise safety, there have been decisions such as a fully online school that compromises education for that safety. While this may be the best choice, I and many of my classmates believe that the constant change of schedule is something that takes too much away from our education than it is believed to provide. While this may be bad on the student's end, we need also to consider the student's greatest factor in learning in any class, the teacher. It is significantly worse for teachers and the students, reflecting poorly on the student's education because of the strain. Teachers have had to keep making and remaking their lesson plans over the course of the last few months because of the switches between in-school, hybrid, and online school. Because more time is spent in making new lessons plans, less time is spent on each individual lesson plan, decreasing their quality. This quality decrease has been seen in school at no fault of the teachers. In a normal day and age, teachers still have one of the longest work days for some of the least pay in the workforce. Now that they have had to replace lesson plans every couple of weeks, the workload has more than doubled according to the English department at Alta High. The teachers who have been doing this for decades say that this is the hardest year they've ever had to teach. As has been said many times before in these board meetings, the priorities are safety and education, both of which can be increased with the switch to a consistent and sustainable schedule, one that both students and teachers are able to prepare for in advance. Whether this be online or hybrid, consistency is key. Lastly, the public is getting the new regulations far too late. As for me, getting the new plan for the week at 9:30 on a Sunday night cost me maybe 1 hour of sleep or less. It's not quite a big deal. However, for these teachers, they may have only barely been keeping up with their lessons plans and had spent the last weekend planning their next week's hybrid lessons, only to find that we're going completely online. Now I have less than 12 hours to prepare the new lesson. This is a further detriment to the education of the students, as well as the teacher's work schedule. Teachers should be the ones being heard the most. These people have spent years, if not decades, with students of all levels and learning capabilities. They understand what is best for their students and are able to help. Thus, I implore you, take the teachers into consideration when deciding your plan, as they know how to help their students best and are the #1 research for students' education. Don't simply accommodate them. Ask what should be done next and listen to their opinions and ideas. As you've said before, you should be listening to the students' ideas in order to form their education, and I am asking you to listen to the teachers, as we understand that they know best. Again, we are all in this together. Don't forget someone because of their occupation. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, McKenna and then Matthew Schilling.
Yes, can everyone hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. Conformity in the application of something, typically that which is necessary for the sake of logic, accuracy, or fairness. This is what the students not only need, but want. It is that of consistency that is going to keep us safe and successful. Those on the board continue to make decisions in the best interest of the students and the educational community as a whole. But from the perspective of a student, it doesn't always come across this way. I urge you to listen for a few minutes to me, a current senior at Alta High School who's just barely getting the hang of things, and yet it's already time to graduate. I cannot begin to imagine the added frustration of the freshmen who already don't have a clue what they're doing, having to handle the current irregular schedule. The sophomores and juniors trying their best to keep grades up are constantly susceptible to disruptive changes. My classmates and I understand that protection is the goal, and we as well are not willing to compromise the safety of others. While a hybrid schedule or online learning brings the numbers down for the time being, the second we go back to an all-in-person environment, they shoot right back up. One step forward, two steps backwards. This is about maintaining the progress. It is not reasonable, it is not efficient, and it is without consideration for students, teachers, and administration to continually make decisions that are intermittently affecting everyone. For a second, forget the incessant complaints from parents and the non-compliant response of some. Choose to move forward with a commitment to sustain growth through consistency school-wide. I want to spend a bit more time discussing the array of situations for families with children of all ages in school. Personally, I have siblings that attend elementary school, middle school, and some in high school, all of which are doing different things. It is understandable that having to decide the best fit way to accommodate everyone is a difficult task, and we appreciate those doing what they can to help students as a whole. Though I believe that in spite of the individual area and chore assigned to one, the need to unify for all outweighs. More specifically, focus centered on individual groups inherently making other students feel less like a priority is not justified. This is also illustrated in high school sports. I myself am a student athlete that experienced this firsthand. I currently participate in both debate and swim. While I enjoy the social aspect and experience I get from both, for anything that cannot be run with adequate safety precautions, it is not acceptable for them to continue. This creates a much larger divide between each student. If the board is able to take away anything that I've addressed today, let it be this. Doing it for the students actually means taking what they say into consideration. Thank you for allowing students to be heard today.
Thank you. Matthew Schilling and then Samantha Webb.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Thank you to the Canyon School Board and President Tingley for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Matthew Schilling, and I'm currently a teacher at Alta High School. I'd like to start by thanking our superintendent, Dr. Robbins, and specifically my principal, Dr. McGill, for the guidance they have given us through this trying time. I and many of the teachers at Alta appreciate the openness, honesty, and transparency they have afforded us. I last spoke to the Kansas Board of Education in July about the board's plan to open Alta fully. At that time, I and over 150 other educators and parents expressed their reservations about the board's plan and the fact it was not opening on a hybrid schedule. It seems as if the plan that was chosen was inconsistent with the science of the times and failed to account for what repercussions might soon ensue. Since that time, Alta High School has changed its schedule 5 times, and it would appear to be headed that way again since the numbers of positive cases currently stands at 42 with over 400 students and teachers quarantined. It is the idea of inconsistency that has led me to speak in front of the Board of Education again tonight. I'd like to start with the fact that Canyon School District is inconsistent with the rest of the state. Canyons is the only school district that is applying a 1 versus 2% standard when the rest of the state simply goes by the Utah Department of Health standard of 15 positive cases before going fully online. That leads me to my second point, that Canyons district applies its 1 versus 2% standard inconsistently. Jordan High School went fully online today with 19 positive cases, yet Alta High School currently stands at 42 positive cases, yet remains in person, albeit hybrid, learning. Third, it appears that the number of published cases on the Canyons website is inconsistent with the actual number of positive cases quarantined students. The data dashboard numbers indicate that Alta currently has 39 cases, when as previously stated, that number is at 42. And the number of those reported to be quarantined is 279, when that number is actually above 400. It would seem as if the data dashboard site is being run as if it were nothing more than a Fisher-Price toy. Finally, is the inconsistent way that the education has been delivered to the students at Alta High School. It was said earlier tonight that some of the board members are concerned about how far students are behind, yet the board has not thought about the fact that children are creatures of habit and routine. When students are comfortable, they are afforded the opportunity to grow socially, emotionally, and academically. It is vital that students feel comfortable in the situation they are in if they are expected to grow. As already stated, students at Alta have been expected to alter their schedule 5 times, and this is not pedagogically sound. Students are expected to alter their schedule on a moment's notice, and there's been no forethought or guidance about the future when making decisions. It is well known the number of positive cases in our district is much higher than being reported due to the inconsistent way that members of the community have chosen to be tested. In conclusion, it's hard to see how you can ask teachers to trust them when there are so many inconsistencies with the decision-making process. We and the students we are doing our very best to serve are being whipsawed in a way that does not afford us the opportunity to develop relationships. I ask that the board is consistent in the way that it applies its standards, consistent in the way that it reports positive cases, and consistent in the way that it allows us to deliver instruction. What is happening now is nothing more than an educational nightmare for the students we teach at Alta. Thank you all for your time tonight.
Thank you. Samantha Webb and then Erica Bradshaw.
Board, thank you so much for your time and attention and for a few moments to express my concern with the current status at Alta High. As previously mentioned by Mr. Schilling, at 42 positive cases and over 400, or last I had heard, over 500 individuals quarantined, including staff. In your just earlier discussion on the board's vision and mission statement, it says that our core values and belief statements, we believe everyone can learn. We build public trust and confidence through transparency. We strive for excellence, and we are guided by evidence while encouraging innovation and creativity. Our Human Resources Department's commitment is to recruiting and retaining the best and brightest teachers and education support professionals. An issue is laid out in the same message from the Human Resources Department that with a nationwide teacher shortage, the stakes are higher today than ever before. Never have I questioned my career choice, yet I and many other teachers are actively trying to convince ourselves on why we should stay, instead of thinking about how I can continue helping my students. I am trying to balance my in-class students with my now synchronous students with one computer, while also answering emails, remind messages, Canvas emails, and in-class students in a timely manner, while desperately trying to preserve the standard of education that I've pledged my life to. We are going to lose our great teachers and administrators in droves if nothing is done. My family is actively looking for alternative language immersion programs in the Salt Lake City area because my 5-year-old, who's supposed to be attending kindergarten next year, is being sent a message to teachers that despite the positivity rates above 22.2% in the 84094 zip code and 2,100 cases within our district, that we are okay with losing the best and brightest teachers and administrators throughout our district. And that is something that my family heavily considers in looking for a district that values not only the students, but the parents and the teachers and the administrators who give up so much to try to make these students' education the best that it can be. Thank you.
Thank you. Erica Bradshaw. Erica, are you there?
Hi, I would like to continue the Verizon commercial and ask if you can hear me now.
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I'm Erica Bradshaw, president of Canyons Education Association. And as you know, with the current COVID situation in Utah, Governor Herbert issued some new mandates, and UEA called for the governor and local school boards to move secondary schools in high transmission areas to online learning. When we heard that news, I wanted to know what our members felt and how, what their reaction was to UEA's kind of call to action. So we conducted a brief survey to see if our members supported this. About half of elementary teachers supported having all schools temporarily move to a virtual platform, and a third supported only secondary moving to an online platform. However, when it came to the secondary arena, we had 4 out of every 5 secondary teachers support either a temporary move to online learning for all schools or for secondary. And all levels indicated a preference for moving to that virtual platform now, either through winter break or from Thanksgiving break through winter break. As you know, all of our high schools are currently experiencing rising case numbers. 3 middle schools are at tier 2 or tier 3 with their case numbers. So CEA would really like the Canyon School Board to consider temporary measures to ensure the safety of students and employees during this time of unchecked community spread of COVID-19, while also meeting the needs of students in classrooms such as our extended Common Core or accommodated Common Core that really may not be virtually operational. I was going to say something about ALTA, but I think their students and teachers have done a fabulous job of expressing the stress and difficulty they've been under with having to switch modalities over and over again, and would just like to reiterate their point that consistency is necessary. Couple other things, the new expectations for daily synchronous learning has resulted in numerous difficulties for teachers. Most secondary teachers are teaching in person and online, with a large number having sold their prep periods to accommodate online students. So daily synchronous learning may not be possible or even the best method to reach disengaged students. Teachers may want to reach out to them individually rather than holding a daily synchronous session that students aren't going to attend if they're already disengaged. Canyon's teachers are still stretched extremely thin and stress remains high. However, we have heard many thanks from teachers for the additional time provided on Fridays to reach out to students, provide remediation, and communicate with parents. Time to create Canvas modules, make instructional videos, post files and links, or moderate online learning has been invaluable, and our members appreciate the board's willingness to provide this accommodation for students and teachers. Thank you very much. Have a good rest of your meeting.
Thank you. And we appreciate all of you that have taken time this evening to address the board. Okay, next on our agenda are the consent agenda items. I will ask for a motion. And in making the motion, please list the individual items on that consent agenda.
I will do that. I move to approve the consent agenda. Item A, approval of minutes from October 20th, 2020. Item B, approval of hire and termination reports. Item C, approval of purchasing bids. Item D, approval of October financial reports. Item E, approval of LEA specific licenses.
Thank you. I have a motion. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Any discussion to this motion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion passes. Thank you. Okay, next is new business, item 7A, approval of the 2021-2022 school year calendar, an update to calendar committee guidelines, and tentative approval for 2022-23 and 2023-24 school year's calendars. This is a third reading and action is requested. I'll turn the time over to Dr. Floyd Stensrud, Director of Planning and Enrollment.
President Tingy and members of the board, thank you for hearing me a third time for this year's readings of the calendars. I think since we have the guidelines up, we may as well just take a look at these. They are a little small and I don't have this memorized. Maybe what I need to do is grab my PowerPoint and list. Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yes, much better. So the old verbiage to these particular guidelines and verbiage that is on the current 2020-2021 calendar as approved in the consent agenda last a few meetings ago, I believe, read that the school emergency closure days will be made up first on President's Day, and the board reserves the right to meet to determine a secondary date was the old language. And we updated that language, or the board did, I should say, and approved the language to read, the board may determine an alternative option, i.e. digital learning day, President's Day, independent learning day for instructional time lost due to emergency school closures. So that is the language that is, I guess we don't have the current calendars on there then, correct? Is this? Okay, that's okay. So in relation to this particular language, as I said, that is on the current 2020-2021 calendar. And that language would also be on the subsequent calendars that you had mentioned, President Tingey, for approval tonight, the approval of the 2021-2022 calendar, and then the tentative approval of the 2022-2023 and the 2023-2024 calendars. So that would be the action that is required this evening. And any particular or further discussion on that, if there are any questions that I can answer in relation to those calendars or this verbiage, I would be happy to do that.
Okay, Mr. Millerberg has a question.
Well, just a simple question. As I look at the 21-22 calendar, why did we select the week of April 4 through 8 for spring break instead of, for example, 18 through 22, which would coincide with a prominent religious holiday?
So the reason that we pick that week is that yes, thank you. Yes, I'm going back to the guidelines here. Thank you very much. Oh, it is 15. Thank you. I appreciate that. So 15 reads, a week-long spring recess will be scheduled during the first full week of April. So in the guidelines that the board approved, that is the reason that we have the spring break during the first full week of April and not another time during that month. Does that help answer that question, Mr. Millerberg?
I guess it answers that question, but leads to another. And why, as a board, did we decide to do the first full week of April?
I think that one of the reasons, the main reason that we chose the first full week of April was to keep it consistent year to year for families in the Canyon School District. I know that holiday tends to be a moving target year to year. And I think to keep it consistent year to year, we chose a particular week, and that particular week has been in effect now for the past several years, actually, on the calendar.
Yeah, I think before I was even on the board, I mean, that's a long-standing guideline.
Yeah, I believe, and I've been in this position, this is my 6th year in this position, I believe that has been there at least that long.
Mont, we put it in the 2 years, or in the period that you were off the board. Not on purpose, but it was that time frame.
So that's how it slipped past me.
That's how it slipped past you, exactly.
And or you forgot that you voted for it before we got on the board.
Okay. Duly noted.
Thank you, Mr. Millerberg.
Thank you. Any other questions? Ms. Oakes.
I really appreciate the adapted language here. I think if COVID has given us anything, it's at least taught us how we can do school online for a day instead of having to stress out on teachers and parents and everybody else. Like, let's utilize the things that we've learned and make it a positive lesson.
I agree. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments or questions? Okay, so with that, this, as was mentioned earlier, is a third reading, action requested. So a motion would be in order.
Okay, I will move that we approve item A, approval of 2021-2022 school year calendar and update to the calendar committee guidelines and tentative approval for 2022-2023 and 2023-2024 school year calendars.
Thank you. I have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Now, any discussion to this motion? Okay, seeing none. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion passes. Thank you. And again, we express our appreciation to you, Dr. Stensrud, and the calendar committee. We understand what a difficult task that is every year to make the calendars fit within those guidelines and be also take care of all the needs of the different schools.
Well,
what
thank
they
you.
have.
I appreciate that. I appreciate your support on that as
Thank
well
you.
on that decision. Thank you.
Okay, board. So the next item is 7B, school emergency day options for this current school year, 2020-2021. And now that we have officially changed the language of the guidelines and this current year calendar, the administration would like to give us a little bit of information on some of those options that are now available to the board to utilize in the case of an emergency closure day. So with that, I'll turn the time over to Alice Peck from School Performance.
Thank you, President Tingy and board members. Thanks for your time this evening. As we move toward colder weather and a potential for heavy snow that could possibly impact travel to and from school, we did want to take a moment to revisit the snow day options that are currently in place. We do want to note that all of these options allow for learning and engagement opportunities, regardless of whether the board goes with an in-person or distant learning option. So let's take a moment to look at the options that we currently have in place. Should the district need to close schools due to inclement weather, the following options are currently available to the Board of Education, as Lloyd mentioned earlier. Those options are President's Day, an independent learning day, or a digital learning day. And so when we look at President's Day options, it's noteworthy that this option's been our traditional option for making up seat time whenever we had inclement weather. It does require teachers and students to attend school on a previously scheduled holiday. And it is worth noting that previous attendance data on these types of makeup days show low attendance. Our absences tend to range from anywhere from 30 to 50% across all the different grade levels. So when we look at digital learning or independent learning options, we just wanted you to know that if the board chooses to pivot to one of these learning days, that the current academic calendar obviously will be maintained without having to make up days on alternative days such as our holidays. There will be consistency in the academic week. It'll all be maintained. Instruction will not be disrupted. Teaching will occur on that day using one or more of the following. We have our Canvas, we have hard copies we can send home with students, we have reading assignments, projects, possible synchronous and asynchronous opportunities that are aligned with the week's objectives. And attendance will be taken using our current learner validated attendance criteria. And this is currently in our policy. So one thing we did note on the calendar was that it calls for either a digital learning or an independent learning option. And we would really recommend that we look at the possibility of combining those two, so that we would call it a digital and or independent learning day, because we still have a lack of devices in some of our schools. And in particular, our elementary schools, it would be really hard to try to send home Chromebooks one day and have them come back the next day. And we're still working really hard on connectivity for all of our students. So that would be our only recommendation if you were to choose that option. We also wanted to remind you that attendance can still be accounted for regardless of what learning modality a student has chosen, should we have to use an inclement weather day. And our current learning modalities include our modified in-person schedule, individual online virtual schedules, school-wide virtual schedules, quarantine virtual schedules, and our split schedules. So our learner validated policy states that we have to have a minimum student login or teacher contact requirement, required periodic contact with a licensed educator, and then a minimum hourly requirement per day or week when the student, when they're in their coursework, or if they're meeting certain required timelines for students to demonstrate that they've completed certain assignments, coursework, or progress toward an academic goal. So obviously we're not making a recommendation tonight. We just wanted to let you know that our district is prepared to support whichever option the board chooses going forward. And so with that, I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
Questions? Mr. Wrigley.
So my understanding would be is if next Friday was a snow day, we would just automatically move into this on that day.
Absolutely.
So we
if
wouldn't need
that's
to
what
have
you,
a different day to do that. Is this going to be something just for this year, or is the State Board of Education going to be okay with this as we get out of this COVID pandemic regulations?
yeah,
Is
that's
this
a great
something for the
question.
years to come that we can use the same system?
We certainly could, and it's my understanding with the updates that you just made to the calendars for the coming years, that if that's a decision, or if that's a direction that you'd like to go in, that's certainly an option.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, but the State Board would be okay with going with that type of option rather than seat time in a classroom.
that I don't know.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
know they've bent a lot of different rules this year. And it
Mhm.
sounds like a great idea for this year. Sounds like a
Sure.
good idea for the future. Just be interesting to see if the State Board of Education would still be okay with this when we go back to the new normal, whatever that's going to be.
We
So,
can certainly ask.
yeah, it would be nice to know. I mean,
Sure.
this year it sounds like it's a really good idea. But I'm just wondering if it's something that solve the problems for the future, but it's probably up to the State Board when they count that as one of our 180 days by doing this.
Yeah. We can
Okay.
certainly ask.
Yeah, and I will just note that we're this for first reading, it's just for this current year, so
Correct.
that we don't tie the hands of the board of the district for future years at this point.
Yes.
Mr. Millerberg.
Alice, I was just wondering, how close are we and when do you expect we'll have one-to-one computing devices for the elementary schools?
I'm not sure exactly, Leon, I don't know if you have those numbers for one-to-one with the elementaries.
I think, Mon, I think that's more of a broader discussion is how do we want to go one-to-one with our elementaries? We really haven't talked about that. We'd like to look at that at least fourth and fifth grade, and maybe third, but first and second grade, we're just unsure about how that would, if that's the best option or something we should look at. So to answer your question short, we really don't have an answer for that.
Yeah, I'm just thinking it would be nice to have that be an option for a snow day.
Oh, Mr. Wrigley.
One of the problems one I see with that is I'm not sure every single kindergartner through fourth grade student will carry a laptop every day with them back and forth to school.
Yeah.
I mean, that's it's common with our middle schoolers and our high schools that they do that, but I'm just wondering if we go to one-to-one, will our elementary schools be carrying it? So chances are they may not have the computer at home. It may still be at school. So.
Well, and that's a good
Is there-
point. I think the logistics of sending a computer home for one day might be problematic depending on the scenario and the class or the grade level. But I did want to point out that that's why we were recommending if you go to digital learning that you also include that independent learning day, because there are a plethora of different things that students can do on snow day that would keep them aligned with their week's objectives and coursework, and that doesn't necessarily have to be technology driven.
Yeah, I've seen the middle schoolers and the high schools typically taking home their laptops with them because they carry a big backpack, and they'll have homework at night to do on that. But I don't know if any homeworks could be had when at elementary school. So why would they take one home? So
Yeah.
if we just at the last minute call to snow day, going for a second option that we were given us is probably be more appropriate for several of the middle elementary kids.
The problem at the elementary is that we would have to take all the wires out of the back of the containers that plug in the that plug in the computers, so they could take that home so they can charge their computer. So we'd have to disassemble, and it takes hours to disassemble the, I'm not quite sure what the word is, the cases where they're contained or saved. And so that creates huge problems, whereas the middle schools usually have their cords there with them.
Yeah, and I think we can really provide students with a hearty, robust quality of learning opportunities for that day, regardless of whether we do it online or if we send home materials for them.
Ms. Oakes.
When we talk about sending them home with materials, is this a function partially of watching the weather and kind of anticipating ahead of time? Like, oh, there's a strong chance we're sending you home with a little packet. Is that?
Yes, that's a great question. And I think a lot of times, not always, but a lot of times we sort of have a heads up when the weather's going to turn. So that would be something we would encourage our schools, our teachers to be prepared for.
Okay. Board, any other questions? Dr. Robbins had a little clarification regarding the question about the state board.
Yeah, Steve, to your question, I believe the state board has authorized in rule learner validated attendance. So I believe that could go forward in future years. And just to the question about devices, I think it is a fair question to discuss age appropriateness for deploying individual Chromebooks to elementary students. However, just my vision for this would be is that we arrive at a day where there are one-to-one devices available to students in all grades, because I think, to Amanda's point, what we're learning in this is that there is a place for this, and our teachers are preparing in units that because of our Fridays that it's weekly, right? So those objectives are aligned that way, and I could see an emergency or snow day, fitting into that scenario. So we still have a ways to go on that. And I know, talking to Scott with the supply and demand issues that are out there, that's going to be a challenge. But I would push forward and recommend that we push forward with a plan to someday be able to accommodate.
Okay, thank you. All right, board. So are there any requests for additional information for the administration to bring back to us when this item comes back at the next board meeting? No? All right.
Okay.
So we will, if you're okay, we'll bring this back at the next board meeting for a second reading and possible action.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next item is 7C, Plan for Community Input on Midvale Area Elementary. And I'll turn the time over to Mr. Leon Wilcox, Business Administrator.
Thank you again, President Tingy. On board docs, I have a memo that I drafted to you. I just want to go over that first and we can hit some of these presentation. Lots of this is what we went over last time. But we all know that boundary adjustments can have a significant impact on school community. So we always try to get as much input as we can before making that decision. I believe before this meeting started, I believe we were listening to boundary discussions at the Jordan School District meeting. So they're always a tough challenge to take. That's why we don't do them a lot, but we do feel like we need to get as much input as we can. So as we talked about these Midville elementary schools, we really want to try to get as much input as we can. And I just mentioned some groups out there, SECs, PTAs, school administrators, and their assistants. It should be noted that our admin assistants in the Midville areas live right there and some of them have been there for a couple decades actually in those schools. So they have lots of institutional knowledge there. Also some city leaders, other stakeholders. So I think they can also provide us some input and maybe give us some direction going forward. One of the things that we've heard from at least the principals is, how do we get the information out? And, especially during this COVID time, and especially when, as we try to, especially now when we need to adhere to the governor's directive of social gatherings. Not that these are necessarily social gatherings, but gatherings. And so we need to really be careful how we try to get information out. So we may need to take a little bit longer time in doing this. Some of the information we've come up with is send mailers to solicit feedback. We thought about conducting open houses where a few people could sign up at a certain time at these schools, and they could come in, we could talk or go over these options with them with poster boards or whatnot in the foyers. Post information on both the school and district website. Kirsten gave me some other great suggestions as well. That's not in the memo, but we could look at some podcast, organic social media advertising of these open house events. And just, we also want to make sure everything is translated into Spanish or other languages that we need to put going forward out there. Also, as Dan and I reviewed the law again, it has this 20-day notice. And so the law is somewhat open, and that it's a little subjective as we tried to interpret what was meant there. So we took it that you could have, multiple options going out there to the community. But one of those options needed, when you start the 120 days, you can take multiple options out there, 4 or 5 even. But of those 4 or 5, once you hit that 120 days, you really need to select one of those as the final one. So that would be our interpretation of it. So with that as the background, we really want to make sure we get it right on the, obtaining the input on the communication for this. So I'll just go through some of these slides really quickly. I think I hit most of these here. Again, the last point there would be December, and I'm just worried about with this environment if we can get all the information we need by that time. So we may need to talk with board leadership and develop a plan and some dates. I do feel like we do need to move forward on this because there is going to be development there and people are going to move in. So we do need to look at taking some action, but we also want to make sure we get it right as well. And those other things that I talked about there. And we talked about possibly that December 15th meeting, but may need to be later than that, especially in the environment we're in. But we still like to see if we can't get something implemented or approved sometime this school year and have it effective for the 2022-23 school year. So wouldn't be, of course, in effect for next school year. Everything else here, I just want to go over a couple things here. Most of this is what we I presented last time, just some highlights, and we can come back and talk about questions, both on this or the communication plan. Here's the enrollments. It should be noted that enrollments in these areas fluctuate some or quite a bit. You know, some of these schools have a turnover anywhere from 10 to 25%. So they will go up and down throughout the year. I always like to use the October 1 counts because that's what, as the accountant, that's what we get funded on, is the October 1 count. So, but they do fluctuate from throughout the year. This is a slide that I put in. I believe Chad asked for this, and I thought that's good information. This is permits into these schools or permits out. So just to make sure we understand how I put this together here, is we'll just look at Copper View. So this is going down the vertical column. These are kids who attend Copper View. So there are 362 kids in the Copper View boundaries who attend Copper View. But there are 4 from East Midville boundaries who attend Copper View, 10 from Midville boundaries, 2 from Mid Valley, and 10 from other schools to get up to that 388 students as of October 1. Again, these change throughout the year. Then going across the horizontal axis there, you know, kids who live in Copper View boundaries but go to other schools. So there's 3 who go to East Midville, 16 to Midville, 20 to Mid Valley, and a very big number there of 181, you know, go to other schools. Majority are East Sandy and Sandy for Copper View. And you can see how it looks all the way down on those other schools there as well. Again, the yellow would be the in-boundary kids who go to that school. A couple of things to note, there is nearly 100 at Mid Valley who permit out right now. We're hoping most of them we can get back with the new building and mainly the DLI program there. Again, these are the current boundaries. You can see the school locations in the Jordan Bluffs, the area that's being developed right now. And there's the aerial view we went over last time. Again, this is somewhat dated on Google, but there is actually more development there on that dirt patch than what is actually shown there right now. We talked about the number of students who live there. We think there could be in that 150 to 200 range. We have 40 there right now. So we do know that there is going to be an issue that we really need to address going forward with the growth that we are going to have there. We put forth 2 options, and you know, it's always tough to come up with options as a starting point. You know, and see where we can go from there if there's anything that can come of those. But we talked about option 1 and 2. Basically, in short, 1 would put all of the bluffs into Mid-Val with adjustments going to Copper View and then into Mid-Valley. Option, and you can see how that looked there. You can see the impact again. You know, school populations can change dramatically based on growth in a certain area, or birth rate throughout that area or throughout the district, the permits. It's always difficult in Utah to predict boundaries because of permits, but we did, one of the things I didn't make a change on this is Mid-Valley. I'm just assuming that we do have 92 students who live in this Copper View cone. We call it this cone right here, or boundary for Copper View, who do not go there, go to other places. We're hoping that they will, again, it's right there for those who looking back, but we do hope that they would go to Mid-Valley at some point in time. That would get it up to about 70% capacity with that. Then we also had an option 2 where we're essentially splitting the bluffs in half down a road called Ivy Lane, splits it in half roughly. And so half the students would go to Midville, the other half, the south half, would go to Copper View. The other changes would still remain the same. And you can see, again, looking back on this screen, half of that is now in the purple area there. And then you can see the same projections there. Option 2 puts more pressure on Carper View. Option 1 puts more growth or pressure on Midvale. Again, just using these two. Again, these two do not need to be the final option. We also talked about secondary feeder impact. We didn't bring the slide, but there was a request, so we want to give this to you. The main thing on the middle schools, if I can go back, this again, we always call it this cone shape here. These kids in the middle school are boundaried for Union, okay? But most of Carper View goes to Midvale. So it actually maybe makes that cleaner, that feeder system cleaner. The problem is there is really no direct route for these. You can see that arrow. It would be nice if there was a roadway right through that route to go to Mid Valley Elementary. There is not. They have to actually walk down along State Street. Always a danger area, or have to walk up and around 7th. There is no direct route into Mid Valley from that. So that's an issue, but that's issue one way, but it cleans up the feeder the other way. All the other feeders in the middle school would remain the same. Go ahead, Mont.
Hold on a second. They don't have to either go to 7th East or State Street to walk through there.
Is there a way there through there?
If you look at where your arrow is,
yeah,
pointing toward Mid Valley, and move to your right, and you will see what looks like a ladder. That is a new development they put in about 3 or 4 years ago, and you can walk through there.
Oh, you can?
Yeah, you can.
Oh.
You can also go up to the straight street just to the east of that.
This one right here?
Is 450 East.
Probably can't see where I'm
looking an awful lot like a through street to me.
Are those through streets, do you know?
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Yes, they are.
Oh, they are. So they could get through there.
You didn't pick up on sarcasm there, Leon.
I don't. I'm an accountant. I don't do that, Mont.
I know the feeling. I am an accountant and I do that.
So, well, but if that, I got an email from a patron who said that wouldn't work because they wasn't connected. So we'll have to go check that out. So that's why I was saying that.
And you have an existing crossing guard just at the west edge of Union Middle School right now.
So Union would be right here.
Mm-hmm. And so on the west side across 80th, there's a crossing guard, which comes out of Bryce Drive, I think, is pretty much where that is at the diagonal street.
If that's the case, and then Floyd and I need to look at that. Accurate. Okay. I did think the crossing guard was there, but they do have to go up a little bit further to the east.
Yeah, they have to go up probably to about 5th East to do.
Yeah, I thought they had to go further to the east to get across there, but again, these are something that we need to get input on and make sure we know the information.
But if you look at how the streets to the south of 80th South cross 80th, you'll see the one at the point of your cone.
80th is right here.
Is right there by 450 East in the crossing guard. And then you've got another main route coming through at Tracks. And then there's another one that comes out, I think, about 3rd East.
Okay. Well, like I said, I was just an patron sent an email that, the walking routes or the access wasn't there. So we'll have to just, I'm sure knows because lives in that area. So we'll just have to finalize that.
I know where you and Mont can go on your turkey trot.
We're going to turkey trot. Yeah.
Well, if you want to know where I am, just look at the point of the arrow.
Yeah. I know Mont, I've seen Mont do all I asked Mont, can we go get the donuts afterwards? Because I know you do that on your bike rides sometimes. So
if you want to join our donut group to ride your bike, you're welcome to join.
I'm all for that. Yeah. So that was, so obviously we need to look at that. Also on the high school, one thing that we noticed that we want to check, and we'd like to just make this change as we go through here, is the boundary for Jordan High and Jordan High and Hillcrest High is this orange line here. And so what we'd actually like to do is just bring that down. This would be 7th West and connect it in here to the bluffs. So whenever this gets developed, and this is probably 3 to 5 years out, this corner here, that they just be automatically boundaried into Hillcrest High once that gets drawn out. So it'd be this section right here. Everything else is already in the boundaries for Hillcrest and the Bluffs. So it just makes that a cleaner breakdown in that area. So that is actually all the information I have. If we'll take any comments on the communication plan or.
So I was thinking about that, about the communication plan. I think Mont should be part of that. Like you were maybe suggesting that the presidency do that. But I think Mont should be part of that. And then whoever, what other 1 or 2 people want to be part of that, because that is his area and he does have expertise in that place.
Yeah, I think my, excuse me if I wasn't clear. I thought just when we're ready to bring the options back and get it on the agendas moving forward, we'd work with the board president, but obviously Mont needs to be part of that. And he's been very involved with this up to this point. Yeah. And of course we need him moving forward.
Right.
Okay. Mr. Millerberg, did you have another comment?
Yeah, I have just a few. You know, when we originally planned to rebuild Mid-Valley, the plan was at that time to take the entire bluff area and bus it to Mid-Valley. And I think that certainly needs to be put back on the table because many of the residents of Mid-Valley have made a comment that that was what they were told. And so I think that needs to be back on the table for discussion. And I think we need to be careful with both Mid-Valley and Copperview. I mean, Mid-Valley, we just barely got out of turnaround. And I believe that Copperview might be performing at a level lower than where Mid-Valley is now. And we just need to make sure that as we adjust boundaries, we don't sink either of those 2 schools. Those are big deals, you know, and Leon, you said you like October 1 because that is the day we get paid on. But I've heard several comments, as I'm sure you have, that those numbers are no longer accurate. I was told by people at Copperview that they have got about a 33% turnover rate at Copperview. And they were telling me their numbers are much higher than what you have on your list. As we look at our community meetings, open houses, especially in today's world, remember that many of our patrons in the Mid-Valley area are not digitally connected. And, you know, you've got translate into Spanish on your list, which is a big deal. But there are also several other languages being spoken in the community. And probably my biggest concern is, and I really do hope, that as DLI gets moving, the population of Mid-Valley increases. But it's really kind of hard to explain to people why we have a school brand new without a lot of growth area sitting at 55% occupancy. We need to share the wealth and make sure that Mid-Valley is being utilized. And so, yeah, those are about the only comments I have.
Yeah, if I could also just maybe piggyback on there. I met with the Midvale Elementary SEC a couple of weeks ago. It was a virtual meeting, very good meeting, wonderful people who serve. So we certainly appreciate them. As we went over this, I showed them the presentation I showed the board 3 weeks ago. Hadn't updated it for anything here at that time. So just went over that presentation. And their biggest concern was, well, for the first, it was one of those where you heard it for the first time and you just tried to take it in. So there wasn't a whole lot of feedback or comments. Their one concern was what Mont said, was Mid-Valley's population. So that was pretty much their main concern, is how does that look, with Midville and Copperview being near capacity in either option, and Mid-Valley not there. So that is a concern that they addressed, and it is a concern that we have moving forward. We know that we do think Mid-Valley is going to grow. It will have the DLI, so it has second grade now. We'll have next 3 years, it's going to get more kids as the grades become available. So we do think that will grow and we'll get more students in that way. I showed in earlier, there's nearly 100 students who permit out. So we hope that they will stay there, and eventually over time, it will take, like I said, I think it's going to take a good 5 years to try to get it up to 80%. Then maybe a few years after that, maybe we'll get it to 85 or so, but we'll take some time that way. As I talked with that, again, it was the Midville SEC. They seemed to have the option 2, the 2 options, they seem to like number 2 as well. But, that was just, again, early feedback on this process.
Yeah, and as Steve Brown mentioned in his email that he sent, hope is not a plan.
Yeah. But, we in the Utah environment with special permits, it's always a challenge to get enrollments that way.
Okay, Mr. Wrigley?
Yeah, I definitely want to get input in from the residents in that area as to what I want, but I've been really trying to think about this. And first off, pocket busing we tried to get rid of that in our district. So this would be the first time we do pocket busing.
We do not pocket bus any place.
Doesn't make much sense to me, since we have Midville and Copperview basically Title I schools. Is Copperview a Title I officially designated Title I?
Turner, yeah.
So we have both of those schools Title I, which have a lot of turnover. And we're not thinking about putting a new section in, which would probably be pretty stable, which would help both of those schools as far as their stability, as far as students turning over, and maybe change the social economic mix in that school also, which may get them out of Title I, perhaps. It's not going to, you don't think? Well,
I don't know if they'll get out of that Title I.
Well, but even, I mean, it gives them some more stability than currently what.
And that is something that, as we looked at as a long-range planning committee, we looked at that as well.
Did you?
Yeah.
And what was the
suggestion
from that?
And that's somewhat why our recommendation on option 1 and 2 was not pocket busing. Now, we can always bring that back, and I think it needs to be looked at, as Mont said, but that was one of the reasons we are hesitant for that in the lens of equity. Should we pocket bus?
My concern would be, as we're taking kids from that area, there would be a pretty stable population probably. It's in apartments and maybe condos, but probably more stable. We're moving them over the areas that we're having a lot of turnover, and we're moving them over to Midville, which is probably more stable. Yeah. It didn't make much sense in that probably both of those schools could benefit from this new population coming in on the other side of the new development to enhance both of those schools.
Yeah.
And maybe help us get them out of turnaround or prevent them from going to turnaround, rather than moving the kids over there and maybe having the continued thing. So I don't know. I really want to hear what people are saying, but option 2 almost sounds better when you're sort of splitting both of those populations equally between 2 schools and maybe benefiting both schools from doing that, rather than one or totally not benefiting either one by pocket busing them.
Ms. Oaks.
Thank you. I appreciate everything that you guys have been doing, and appreciate all of the constituents in Mont's area that have written in and expressed concerns. The only thought that I have had that's been reoccurring through this whole thing is, as we're talking about the Bluffs development and pocket busing versus having them go to schools that are closer to them versus what the preferences of the current community are. I think it's important to remember that whatever decision we make, we're making on behalf of people that haven't moved in there yet. And they don't have a voice or the ability to be able to advocate for the position of going to a neighborhood school. It's going to be decided for them. And I think we kind of have to keep that in mind. I respect absolutely the perspective of the community. I also respect the fact that there are families that don't know that this decision is being made for them without them being able to say anything.
Thank you. Other comments? Mr. Wrigley.
Copperview will eventually be rebuilt. When are we thinking? 10 years,
mic
5,
on?
7 years?
Is your mic on there?
I said Copperview will eventually be rebuilt.
Yeah.
So we're in a long-term basis, we're looking at a school that probably be one of our next to be rebuilt, since it's one of our oldest ones. When we moved it next.
Copperview, in just before the district split, went through a major renovation under the Jordan School District. Now, of course, that's been going on 12 years now. It was a couple years before that, so it's probably in the 15-year range. It is an older school. I think it's around 1965, give or take a couple of years. So it is older, certainly that way. But yeah, you're probably right. It would be on that next round. But I'm sure before we got to rebuilding it, I think all the bluffs would be developed before we had the funds to rebuild Copperview. So,
Yeah, but I'd like to look out 10 or 15 years from now, so we're not redoing boundaries again.
Sure. When
you have another new school and then you have to rechange it again.
Sure, absolutely.
Ms. Shield?
So I just want to say, like, in Cottonwood Heights, we've had a lot of our schools rebuilt, right? And what's happened is a lot of young families have moved in because of the new schools. And so just that combined with the DLI program, I really do think eventually Mid-Valley will fill up. And then also, my kids all went to Bella Vista, and we had a portion of the community pocket bus. And it is hard. It's hard on those kids. Like, they are somewhat separate, you know, from the rest of the community. I think it's hard on families. So, I mean, that's just my perspective from my experience.
Yeah, I think Dr. Robbins, you know, he and I have talked quite a bit about this. And, you know, if we look at the pocket busing, you know, it could be developed for 5 or 6 years, but then as people turn over, you know, 8, 10, 12 years down the road, they'll maybe come back and wonder, well, why am I getting bused past a school to this other school over here? So that's always an issue, you know, maybe for that second generation down the line. So there's you know, that's why we just try not to change boundaries very often is this. It's we try to get as much input and make the best decision we can. There's really, as I look through this, I don't know if there's really a perfect answer on any side, but one of the things that we may look at, you know, the tracks line, it doesn't show it here, but the tracks line kind of cuts right across there. Maybe we could look at taking some of those students and busing them over to Mid-Valley across State Street, but we haven't. That's just been kind of something out there as well. So we'd like to see if there are other options out there. One of the things that the SEC from Mid-Valley said, it's really tough doing boundaries, and we know that.
Well, so I am supportive of putting the busing option back because I think it would be good input for us to hear, to see what the community wants. So,
yeah.
Okay, board, any other comments or things for the administration to consider as they're putting together this communication plan? Mr. Millerberg.
You know, we talked about pocket busing and how we want to stay away from it. But if you look at option 1 and you look at option 2, the proposal is to take the area west of the freeway, south of 80th South, and bus those people around because there's not a safe walking route to Copperview. And I don't know that it makes a whole lot of difference if you bus that neighborhood past Midvale Elementary and take them to Copperview, or if you pick up the bluff, still go up 80th South, about a half a mile further to Mid Valley, and bus them there. It looks to me like whatever you do, you are going to be busing kids to one school or more.
Yeah.
Okay. So back to the communication plan, and Leon, I think you've got a pretty good idea of some of the pieces of this conversation that the board would like presented out to the community. And then as far as how you do that, I think we have some pretty amazing communications folks that can figure out that plan and get it rolling. So I guess the next question then is a little bit on the time frame. And so you mentioned that we might need a little more time than the December meetings. So how about we let you go ahead, the administration conduct this communications effort and solicit the feedback and be able to put that feedback into a format that then you could bring back to the board as a report. And it sounds like just realistically, that's going to need to be after the first of the year.
Excuse me. Yes, I agree.
Okay.
I think it needs to be in sometime in 2021.
Okay, so board, does anyone have an objection to that time frame? And that process and, okay. Any other comments, board, on this item? Okay, thank you very much. And we look forward to the report back on this matter, because you're right, this is a big deal and we need to get it as right as possible. Okay, that concludes our new business items. And so now it will be time for staff comments. We'll first hear from superintendent and then the business administrator report, Mr. Wilcox.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. Okay, thanks, President Tini. I know it's getting late, so I'll try to keep my remarks brief, but I think there's a couple of items that I'd like to address. First off, I just want to congratulate all of the Apex winners. I know being new to Canyons, I've learned quickly just how important and what a great honor that is for all those that have been awarded. I think we mentioned this earlier in previous board meetings that really everyone in the district is worthy of the Apex Award this year. And to try to select certain individuals, I think was a challenge, but at the end of the day, all those that were mentioned today are certainly worthy of that award. And so I just want to recognize those people. So I want to talk about one thing I'd like to clarify or just to discuss real quick is the decisions made when it comes to transitioning schools. I think, we've talked about this before, and I don't want to belabor this process, but just to reiterate to those out there that are not aware, the board has delegated the authority to me as superintendent to make the decision on transitioning schools based on different factors. And I'll talk a little bit about that process just so those that are listening that don't already know get a sense of how this happens. And first, let me just say, I appreciate all the comments that were made tonight by students and by teachers and staff. It's not a perfect system by any means. These are very, very difficult decisions. Every comment, every email weighs heavily on us, on you, on me. And, one thing that about this virus is it does not discriminate. It doesn't care when, it doesn't care who. So that makes it extraordinarily difficult in a time when we're all seeking certainty. The virus is just not going to allow for that. And I wish I could say that, the easy answer is to, every school would be on one schedule. But we know that the way this virus works, that would make it virtually impossible to do unless, the decision is that we were all virtual only. Then we weigh the balance between everyone's, and especially our students' social, emotional, and academic well-being versus the safety of everyone. So that's a constant balance that I'm working with. I'm in constant communication with Salt Lake County Health Department, as well as Dr. Webb, who we know is an infectious disease specialist with IHC, as well as the building principal, who I ask for feedback from their teachers through their leadership in that representation. And then I have been very open to meeting with individual teachers throughout the year to understand their challenges. So I think when we're thinking about the input in this, I'm considering a lot of different factors, but just a few of the data points that I'm looking at, because some people may be wondering, well, why is one school, why is it determined that one school moves to all virtual or one moves to remote? And I think it's important to understand is that each situation is evaluated on its own merits, and one is not inherent to the other. And it's like I said, I know we're seeking that certainty and that consistency, but at the time when these decisions are made, each situation is unique to its own context. So we're looking at positive cases, obviously, over the last 14 days. We're looking at the trend line in recent days, how many cases are accruing each day over the last 7 days. We're also looking at quarantine numbers. We know that those numbers can build, and in some cases build much faster based on exposure at school for students. So we're looking at that, and that also has an impact on staff. If there's more adults impacted in the building, we know that the quality of education and delivery may be impacted by that. And then to balance that, we're also looking at the disruption to learning and the disruption to students' social emotional well-being, which that takes into account all of these things that we're trying to support, including extracurricular, to balance those needs. And so all of that fits within the framework that the board has approved. And I think so far, and I'm not trying to diminish the seriousness or the negative impact that COVID has had, but within that framework, we're now into November. And as of today, on the dashboard, we're at 202 cases over 2 weeks. That's less than 1% of the total student population that's in-person learning. So there are successes there. Teaching and learning is occurring. We've been able to stabilize for the most part through the year. I think what we've learned, through this process, and we've heard Dr. Webb talk about this, that the most effective strategy up to this point has been, one, we have to disrupt the cycle of the virus, which has to be substantial. Two, we have to suppress it for a certain time. The 14 days comes from the length of the incubation period. 3, we have to sustain that. And 4, we return to in-person learning if possible. And so taking all of those factors into consideration, when you look at the situation, for example, today with Jordan High School moving to remote learning, Jordan High School is at 19 cases. That reaches the 1% threshold. They have well over 300 quarantines, 12 cases in the past 7 days. And maybe one of the most important factors that is on the table that we're talking about is community positivity spread rate. So the number of cases, or the number of tests divided by the number of positive cases. And I think that's important because that's really where our cases are coming from. We know that there are very few cases that actually occur from transmission, student to student or adult to student or student to adult at school. However, we can't exactly pin that down because we don't have control of what happens outside of school. And so that's why the vigilance letter goes out. That's why we work through that process to try to stabilize the situation. But after meeting with the county health department, just to walk you through that, and our administrative team and the principal at Jordan High School, in context with community spread rate well above 20% in the Sandy zip code area, and their input, the decision was made to move to remote only, so or to virtual only. So that's just a little bit of a snapshot. Again, I just want to reiterate, all of these factors weigh heavily. I know there's concern about the accuracy of the dashboard. Our nurses and BJ Weller and our responsive services work very closely with county health department. We report that data as we get it from county health. That's how it works. The delay occurs from the time that a positive case occurs and is reported to county health, and then they verify through contact tracing, and then back to us. There is a delay there and a lag there. So it makes it very difficult to, one, update it daily, but two, sometimes there will be a lag between what's on our dashboard and what the county health department is reporting on county health dashboard. So anyway, I just wanted to maybe revisit that a little bit, because I know there's questions on, how does that work with one school versus another? But it really comes down to balancing the needs of all. I get lots of input from lots of different angles. Quite frankly, nobody agrees on what to do. There are those that would say, leave school open and don't do anything. And there are those that say we should be completely remote and shut down for the rest of the year. So, it's a balance between all of those options and those opinions to try to meet the needs of everybody. So after I talk about the next item, I'll take questions if you have any. As you know, the governor has released a new executive order when it comes to COVID and the surge in cases as of late that I think is well documented. I don't need to spend time to talk about that. But part of the order, the 2020-74 order, executive order, impacts extracurricular activities. And essentially all extracurricular activities have been put on pause for 2 weeks to hopefully cause this disruption that I'm talking about, or to help in that disruption up through November 23rd. However, the governor also addressed that the current state playoffs, whatever that sport is, would continue on with some additional provisions in that. And so at this point, Canyon School District, we have one remaining team. It was mentioned earlier, Corner Canyon football is still in play in the playoffs. And so they fall under the new parameters and directive by the governor, which in my opinion are much stronger and more rigorous than our current plan or what was in place by UHSAA previously with the 3 positive case rule. Now, as you might be aware, all participants are tested within 72 hours of the event, and any negative test would result in that student athlete being disqualified from participation. So UHSAA has taken on that role to administer that, and that will occur. They're also looking at this as a pilot for winter sports and activities. I'm not sure exactly how that would work, but this is something that I know that they're looking at as potentially implementing for winter activity. So we'll watch and see how that plays out. But with that, I would recommend in coming weeks, as that decision or that situation is addressed, that the board look at updating our plan to align with UHSAA and the governor's order. So with that, questions on either of those topics?
Any questions? I don't see any. Thank you very much, Superintendent. Okay, Mr. Wilcox.
Just a couple of things. I just want to thank our insurance department. We just completed our open enrollment. It's always a challenge to enroll some 2,700 employees. I also want to just thank our insurance committee. We have representatives from the Teachers Association, our ESP Association, and administrators. Through their leadership and guidance, we are going to enhance our mental health supports for our employees coming forward. We felt everybody felt like that was important, so we are going to add some more enhancements to our plans in that regard, so that we're excited about to roll out for our employees. I also want to just thank everyone who's just working so hard to do everything we can. We've had to quarantine a couple of kitchens throughout the districts. We've had employees here in the district office get food handlers permits and go out and support during school lunch. So I just, everybody, just appreciate everybody's good work. And we say this every meeting, but everybody's just going above and beyond to make sure we can support our teachers and students the best we can. So thank you to all of them. And finally, I just want to thank the board for their leadership and their guidance. I think it's important to note, Dr. Robbins hit on this, but it's important to note that, we have 29 elementary schools, and all 29 have been open every day this year. And as a dad of 2 of those kids who go to school, I'm very grateful for the board's leadership and allowing us to have in-person instruction. It is so important for my boys, and so I appreciate the board's guidance on that. It's important to realize that 6 of our 8 middle schools have been in session every day. I think sometimes we focus on and it's important. I don't want to make light of the remote issues that we're having and the changing between modalities, but I think it's important to celebrate our successes. And that has been a success. Hillcrest High has been in school every day, and those students need it, and we know that. So again, thank you for your leadership in this regard, and that's all I have.
Thank you. Okay, board members for comment. We'll start with Ms. Oakes.
Sure. Thank you so much. Leon, I want to thank you and the insurance committee again for making sure that our teachers have access to mental health support. So incredibly important, and I'm really grateful to hear that. I have had a number of opportunities the last few weeks that I wanted to report on. One was that I had a chance with Nancy to attend the Student Advisory Council this last week, and that was fantastic. I was so impressed by the group of students that have been gathered in and how readily they were willing to share their perspective and input. We got some really great feedback with regard to group work at the high school level and how that is or is not working. And we had a good conversation with Dr. Dowdle about the importance of figuring out some additional professional development about how to effectively do that, because every single high school in the room contributed and had kind of consistent messaging on that, wouldn't you say? I got to attend the Arts Consortium meeting, and that was great. There's some wonderful things moving forward with that. I attended a Zoom meeting for the Altera SEC. It's my first SEC Zoom meeting. It's a little different, but I have to say it's great. I mean, I still felt connected with their school, not in quite the same way, but it's wonderful to be aware of what's going on. I had the opportunity to attend my first meeting for the Point Stakeholder Working Group, the one that I was appointed to last board meeting. And I just wanted to let you know that is a really important working group that we're going to have to keep an eye on. There's some wonderful minds that have been appointed by the state to contribute to discussion about how to use those 700 acres that the prison has been sitting on, and even more so the land that's also surrounding it. And interestingly enough, there hasn't been anyone appointed from public education until this point. So we got a little bit of work cut out for us and some good discussion that has started this last week. So I'm appreciative for that opportunity and to represent your voice. What's becoming increasingly very clear is that in order for us to have a meaningful presence there, we need to be prepared for the fact that we need to do something very innovative and different than what we have done before. And I'm actually very excited for that. Leanne and I had a great conversation this last week, a meeting talking about some of the possibilities. Because it's a very restricted site, there's going to be a lot of high density housing. We can't have a traditional high school that looks like what we've had. We won't be able to fit a football field there. We won't be able to do some of those typical things, but we will be able to do some amazing things, hopefully, with regard to collaborating with some of the Silicon Slopes companies that they hope to attract to the area, and also the universities. They're hoping to have a research site with some of the universities in the area, and I'm looking forward to seeing what some of the possibilities are, and I would love to hear your input if you have any ideas. I just want to offer a public congratulations to all of the local candidates that won elections. I want to congratulate Senator Reeby and Representative Harrison, Representative Jeff Stenquist, Robert Spenlove, and Andrew Stoddard, and we're excited to keep working with you. And I want to welcome on board soon-to-be State Board Member Molly Hart, who's one of our own, the principal over at Albion Middle School. And she'll be a wonderful addition onto the State Board. We're excited to work with you. We're looking forward to working with Representative Wendy Davis and also future Board Member Holly Neibauer. And we're excited to have all of you on board and to work with us. Public education is definitely something that requires a lot of voices, a lot of advocacy, a lot of support. We could use everybody that we can to help us move this forward, especially in a year as challenging as what we've had. So thank you again to all of the teachers and administration and staff that is keeping things moving. I resonate deeply with what Leanne said. I absolutely recognize and value what the students who called in today had to say, as well as the teachers. I also recognize that a lot of the feedback I'm hearing from the respective communities that I represent is parents telling me they're so grateful that their kids are at school. And one parent even recently pulled me aside and said, I want you to know I recognize that we're in and out of different learning models, but thank you for fighting to keep getting them back in school. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I feel like every day, I mean, after looking at the data, especially that Hal presented today, every day we have these kids in school is a little victory. My kids are so tired of hearing me say every day is an opportunity, every day is a miracle, every time I drop them off at school. I'm so grateful that that's where they are. So I recognize it's not a perfect system. I get that. But I do feel like we'll look back and think that we were grateful for every day that we got. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Mrs. Schill?
So I was able to attend a few events, which was fun. The first one that I attended was the Brighton High Marching Band had a friends and family night. And it was bitter cold outside, but they performed and I represented the board, and they did give me a t-shirt, and it has the year and ShareCon. That was the number that they performed, and it was great. And I am going to give this to Jeff to put in the trophy case. Yeah, so I'm excited about that. They were very grateful to the board. They thanked us for supporting them. And it was just a super fun night. They had just a ton of parents there. In fact, my son was like, there's more people there than at our freshman football game. I'm like, well, I don't know. Maybe there are. But it was great. It was so much fun to see him. And they had so much excitement and they were so grateful. And they did amazing. So I was so happy to be there. I also want to congratulate, I've got to say one thing. They got third place in that 5A Red Rock State Champ competition. Is that right, Jeff? I don't know. I know they got third place somehow. One of the parents told me. So also I attended the Brighton football game, quarterfinal game, and I was in the concession stands working, but I did peek my head out and see what was happening on the field. But I do want to congratulate them. They had a 10-0 season, and then they just lost in that quarterfinal game. So they just should be very proud, and I'm very proud of them and all their hard work. So I want to say congratulations. Then also Nancy and I were able to go to Canyon View and visit the principal, Kirsten Draper. She was sleeping on top of the roof, and it was really cute. She had visiting hours from 5 to 9 for the families and the kids, and there was kind of just a steady stream of kids, and she threw them some candy down from the roof. But we went to see her. So they met their fundraising goal, which was $20,000. So then she had to sleep on the roof if they did that. So that was really fun to go see her. Then also I want to congratulate all the people who ran for office. I'm not going to name them all since Amanda did, but I do really appreciate them running, especially in this year that is so difficult. And I'm excited to have Holly on our board. I think that's going to be great. Also, I want to thank and kind of echo Amanda just said it, but I wrote it down from what Hal said, and he said, every day is a victory. And I really do feel that too. I think every day the kids can be in school is important, and every day they're there, they're learning. I mean, my son comes home and he does like virtual, he likes the idea of virtual, but then when he goes back, he's like, Mom, I learn so much more when I'm at school. And I also say to him, just be grateful for every day, because you don't know what's going to happen. And I know it's challenging. I know it's hard. The board, we are listening to parents. We're listening to teachers. And there's a lot of different viewpoints out there, but we are listening, and we do take these emails and comments under advisement, and we will keep them in mind. And that is all I have.
Thank you. Mr. Wrigley.
Thank you. I did also had the opportunity to attend the consortium, the arts consortium. The arts are alive and well in our district, which is sort of interesting, as everything else has been under such scrutiny and such change. But the teachers are amazing, the stuff that they're doing in adjustment, and the electives to allow the arts to continue. I also had the opportunity to represent the board and every other board member in the state on a Channel 2 interview on what you do and what we all do. And working on the board. I thought it was an interesting time, and that we've probably been doing the most we've ever done in our lives. That was an interesting interview, and I appreciate that opportunity. And should that ever come to me in the future, I would like other board members to volunteer to help me out and to do that. So thank you. I also had an opportunity to go to Entrada. I haven't had an opportunity to attend it. We attended an Entrada a social studies class at SS. Social studies class. They don't teach Sunday school in Entrada. But Carol Speckman Moss was there, and we talked about government. And it was a really interesting class. Everybody was really involved. These students were just loving it. The opportunity to be there, and this opportunity to especially be in Entrada. We talked a lot about that and the things that came from that. Had the opportunity to go to the Brighton marching band, and I just saw the little COVID germs just dropping to the ground. It was so cold. But I was also really just such amazed at that band in just 1 year, and to see the excitement that it's brought to the school. Oh my God, it was almost electric. It was really crazy. It was really elective when we did that. I also had the opportunity to represent the board at the Teacher of the Year as we went to Eastmont to celebrate Teacher of the Year thing with Emma Moss, with Superintendent Dixon. Boy, those kids love her. Such a great teacher. I mean, the enthusiasm in that class is great. One of the benefits of COVID has been the positive behaviors of our students. Our negative behavior in our students is way down since school started this year. which I think is because the kids love being there. So it was really interesting. We discussed that while we're at Eastmont, but it appears to be across the district that our positive behavior of our students or negative behavior has gone down and the positive has gone up in all of our different schools. And the last one, I just really want to thank our parents and our teachers. It makes my day when somebody sends me a thank you email. I don't receive many of those. Most of the time, people take the time to send me something when they feel that something's wrong. And I don't know, I've got a couple from students and teachers and parents. I know everything's not perfect right now, and we're trying the best, but it's nice when something happens, people send you a positive email. So continue doing it. Bring them on. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Arnold?
So I also want to tell Molly Hart that we're excited that she is in the position she's in, and I hope that we can support her in that position and whatever we need to do so she can still be an administrator, but also help out with education throughout the state. Also congratulate all those other people who ran for office who are now in their offices. I know that everyone knows that I work at an elementary school, but it has been interesting this year. Those little ones love being there. They dance down the hall. They laugh and giggle and play. And we haven't seen the behaviors we have seen in the past. They are just so excited to have a teacher and be in school and see their friends. Middle school and high school, I'm not quite sure it's exactly the same, but I really believe that they really want to be there with their friends and want to have an education and to have a teacher to support them. And so as the UEA made their announcement about thinking about what we should do between Thanksgiving and Christmas, I was really saddened by that announcement, because that is the season of people being sad and depressed and having more family issues at home. And I worried that we would have to make a decision about sending those little ones home and big ones during a season of time that they need to be out, they need to be in school, they need to have positive people around them. They need to be active in doing things that make them feel like they're accomplishing something. And so I'm really glad that our board really cares about the social, emotional, mental, as well as the academic issue with the kids. And I really appreciate working with you and with your perspectives of what is best for kids so that we can collaboratively make decisions that way. So thank you all, and all the cabinet and the teachers and all of the ESPs are out there. Everyone should be really, we're really thankful for all of the work you're putting into helping us keep the schools open.
Thank you. Mr. Millerberg?
Unmute. I'm getting there. Start video. There we go.
There you are.
Okay. I want to express appreciation tonight, especially for the members of my Midvale community that spoke up and let us know what school patrons are feeling about boundary changes. Because without them speaking up, they and we would probably wind up with a result that wouldn't be as good as what we will come up with. Grateful for the good friends that I've formed over the last several years working on the Board of Education, and that these friends are confident enough to speak up and sometimes in a very pointed, frank way, tell me what they're thinking. I'm also appreciative of my fellow board members and of district administration that have listened Now, the one thing I'll say that no matter what we do, nobody's going to get everything that they're hoping for, because the requests are in conflict with each other. But I do believe that we'll come up with a better compromise as we listen to our community. And with that, I think that's all I have to say tonight.
Thank you. So I think Mr. Iverson's not with us anymore. So I think he's.
I'm sorry, I'm still here, but no comments tonight. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So I also, as was mentioned, attended the Student Advisory Council meeting and was, as Amanda expressed, was very impressed with the conversation, the input, the thoughtfulness that those amazing young people gave us. So I am excited for this year and for all that we can learn from those students as we meet with them on a regular basis. And so much going on, and I just appreciate the board, but I've been thinking a lot about this season of as we enter into the Thanksgiving holiday, and I know there's a lot of unrest and commotion and uncertainty and worry out there, but I just really want to express my appreciation and gratitude for the board, for this, the administration of the district, for the teachers, the principals, the parents, everyone. I really feel like this amazing community is growing and getting stronger. We might not be able to see or feel that right now, but I really see a bright future ahead, and I'm so grateful for that. And just wanted to express my appreciation also to not only the board, but as has been mentioned, those that have been recently elected to serve our community through their various roles in public service. And I wanted to just mention because, and I appreciate Amanda mentioning all the names, but I'm not sure, I didn't quite catch that you'd mentioned Representative Benyon from the Cottonwood Heights area as well. And we look forward to meeting and working with her. And so with that, I will adjourn unless there's anything else. Does anyone have anything else? Okay, we will adjourn the meeting and see you all in a few weeks again.
Good night. Thanks, guys. See ya.